accident.
Oops.
Meow.
In the rest of the game, they'll say like, oh yeah, go to, you know, Freddy's fuck chamber in the 3rd floor arcade lounge behind the, you know, arcade cabinet named, you know, Monty's dick sucking contest. But here they're like, oh man, just click one time.
What's up, dork? Let me in.
Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Bro, chill. No, it's fine. Yo. Hey man. I didn't mean it like that.
Ghosty, are you in here? Come on, it's time to... Oh. Yes, actually.
EMF 3 in the kitchen.
Nope, Brothelia. Nope. I'm gonna murder this frog instead. Would be very nice.
I have never...
They walk in the place like they own the damn place and you're like, hey, I will use my imaginary points in order to make the swimmer do what he did. And swimmer didn't do it right away, which means I got scammed. I want a refund. Like, you act like you own the damn place. Like, this is my place. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You hear me? Eat your ass.
Kid's fucking framed like. Hey guys, what's up? Oh, it's me. Yeah, I'm here. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I got this. And I'll testify. Don't you worry. Hey guys. No, it's all good. No, I can see. Don't worry. It's all good. I love it. I love this kid.
So I'm going to ask you a favor, sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, what?
Fuck me. Ah, damn it. Fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it.
Alright, let's go to Sprout Tower here and see what we've got going on.
What's going on, Nightshade? Hope you're doing well.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for the 35 months. Appreciate that. True blue.
I just found a full odds shiny magic card.
We. That's really good. No one redeemed that.
But I know of somebody who did a Korok-a-thon. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. 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 Is that what you wanted? stuff like in order to fall asleep, you have to pretend to fall asleep.
Welcome to your first day of the job. This is your very own water-friendly shower where you can and sleep for the duration of your contract.
Hi, how is everybody? Hope you're all having a good one. So, I need to start. Before I say hello, before I, do whatever. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 different random singular socks strewn about my floor today. Individual socks, just randomly on the floor. And this is because our lovely friend, our bestie, Buppy, friend of the channel, honestly star of the channel, our young puppy has figured out the way to get into, not just get into my closet, but get into the hamper. Because she used to be able to like get in there if I left the lid open. Now she's figured out how to get the lid off of it. And she loves socks more than anything else. She will grab a sock and she will play with your socks. And so there are now 7 different socks on the floor that she has pulled out of my laundry hamper and messed with. It's becoming an epidemic. I'm going to need to put my dirty socks somewhere else, apparently, because she can get to those ones much too easy, I suppose. But hi, how is everybody? Pat, congratulations on first. Oh yeah, I love her too. She's hysterical in a chaotic little way. Anybody else out there hanging out, lurking about? Hope you are all doing well. Tonight we're back. We were planning, I talked about to do a stream yesterday that was like a late Valentine's Day stream, but one of the main games that I wanted to play that was, kind of the idea that I had in the first place actually hasn't come out yet. Oops. As it turns out, it was supposed to drop on Valentine's Day, but it got delayed. So it was just kind of like, oh, oops. And then it was like, okay, well, I don't have anything planned. And also I'm exhausted. So we're going to take the day off. So we're back today. And to the surprise of probably no one, we are playing Persona. We are into early August. I'm excited. We're getting into the real shit. Some of my favorite segments of the game are coming up. So I'm very excited for that. Then tomorrow is the plan. Don't count me out too early because hopefully we actually carry through. But tomorrow we will be playing Poppy Playtime. That's the name of it. Chapter 3. I don't know terribly much about what's happening, and I did watch the last 2 back to remember what had happened, and since I watched those, that was like a week and a half ago, I have since forgotten most of what happened. But I remember we fought Big Blue Man, Mr. Hug Wugglesons, the Hugsworth the second, and we killed the pink lady, mother dearest, longest leg mother. And now I guess there's a cat. I guess the cat is our problem this time. Should play playtime. Looks wild. Listen, here's the thing. You could play the first 2 chapters in like half. Actually, I say half a stream. For you, it would probably take the full stream because you would talk for the first like 3 hours of stream and then play. But like the first 2 of them are only like I think an hour and a half to 2 hours long. To play the first 2 combined. The first one's like 20 minutes. But hi, Spud. How are you? And Daisuke as well. Good to see you both. Yeah, I'm excited to play that. It's been a minute since we've played a horror game. I don't think we've played a horror game on stream since Halloween, actually. So I'm excited to play a horror game. I'm excited to surely get jump scared this time. Surely this time. Because I think the only clip of Poppy Playtime that I have on my channel is me getting jump scared and not even reacting because I was so frustrated by the puzzle that I had just completed that I did not even react to the jump scare. I was just so like Garten of I forgot. I had blocked that Garten of Banban out of my memory. I'm not gonna lie. I had blocked that completely out of my memory. And yeah, Lethal, I guess. But we haven't played Lethal on my stream in a while. I've played it on other people's streams, but I haven't played it on my stream in a while. We should play Lethal again. Lethal's fun. Bullied already? You're hurt? I would never. Me bully you, Spud. A little tipsy but vibing? Heck yeah. Spud. 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 The last time I messaged you, I said, we should play Lethal together at some point. And you said, yes, and then continued talking about something else and never went any further to help schedule that. So I tried. I put it out there, and you were the one who said no to actually schedule it. You want to play too? Bet. We'll get some folks in here. Yeah, I have twice now messaged you, Spud, about, hey, we should play Lethal together. And you both times have been like, yeah, okay, and then just continued on like I didn't say anything. let's get one thing clear here. For once, one of the very rare times that it's the case, it is not my fault that things were not scheduled properly.
Shush, I did not say that, X.
Oh, actually, you're right. No, you didn't say that. My mistake. What a fool I was to think so. $1 is all it takes to pay me off and change my opinions on things. Congratulations. Yes. Yeah. Spud, Suki. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm doing this now. We're gonna add you. We're gonna add. We're gonna add you. And we're gonna add you. Create group DM. There we go. I did it. I did my part. There we go. You guys can you guys can get in here with me and we can figure out a time that works for people and we'll play Lethal because I'm down for that. But for now, we're going to be playing more Persona. Last time we got our latest party member. It's Koromaru. He's the best boy. I love him dearly. Let me pause our music here. How long is this damn palace? It never ends. Yeah, it's Okumura's palace is an experience. I'm not gonna say it's a positive one, but it's an experience. But yes, we got our best boy. He got that dog in him. Look at him. It's Koromaru. He's the GOAT. I love him. And he helped carry us to the top of Tartarus. And now we're going to go home.
Oh, hello.
I think. Wait. Almost time for the home shopping show. Maya's available, but I think. First, let's go ahead. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the home shopping show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices. So don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
Today we're introducing the assorted summer drink set. Is the heat driving you to your wits' end? Cool off with these refreshing drinks.
Good.
First up, we have the Isotope Soda, and you get 10 of them. So cool, so refreshing. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more.
Not bad.
We'll
kid.
throw in this Mad Bull too. Guess how many? 20. All of this for just 3,980 yen. Okay, yeah. You know, we'll buy that. 20 Red Bulls.
Thanks, kid.
I'm gonna give 20 Red Bulls to my dog in Tartarus, and he's gonna be bouncing off the walls. It's gonna be great. What's up, Scarlet? What's up, J-Dua? How are you?
Bye-bye.
So I think I have a thought. We now have Koromaru, correct? We have unlocked the ability to have dog. Where is he? He's down here somewhere. There he is. We have unlocked the ability to have dog. Look at him. I love him. He shakes. He's so good. So with that in mind, dog. Fuse that Izanagi Picaro from earlier into a broken bitch. Thank you, alarm. Yeah, that's how that works. It's Sunday. Hold. Hold. There he is. There he is. You. Huh. Your eyes are so clear. Your soul must be burning brightly. Seems the young man has noticed me thanks to my impressive academics. I don't have to find his pen anymore? Oh. Okay.
I can't say.
The me that I see reflected in your eyes, and the real me. There is one. How far apart are they? Almost zero. That works.
Oh, that's right.
Your words are very beautiful. If I had something to write with, I'd note them down. I have a fountain pen. It uses ink, red ink, blood red. My pen is my supporter, my spokesman, and my friend. However, it seems to have disappeared. Without it, my screams are silenced. The man seems sad. Apparently his fountain pen is missing. Okay, I do still have to find a pen. I love Akinari so much. I'm so excited. Let's go back to the dorm. Koromaru! Give me the pen. Please and thank you. Bud. There's something under Koromaru's paw. I could pick it up if I asked Koromaru to move his paw. Can you move your paw? Red fountain pen. Thanks, bud. Red fountain pen. This must be what the young man at the shrine is looking for. All right, happy Akinari Day to all those who celebrate. We will be going with Akinari every day for the remainder of our Sundays until he is done. Oh, the pen in your possession. Any chance is that my missing fountain pen? I handed him the red fountain pen. Welcome home, dear friends, and thank you for finding me. Now the mighty scream quietly bellowing within me has regained its voice. My diary. My name is Akinari Kaneki. Have a seat if you'd like. I'll write something for the two of us. Young man seems to have taken an interest in you. Should I spend the day with us? Yes.
I remember you. You're the one who was playing with that elementary school girl.
I kind of nailed the voice, actually. Holy shit.
She was very bright. Her face
Right?
shone
You can't hit me with
warm
this.
light of new
It's
life.
the start of the link. I'm gonna cry by the end of this link.
And then there's me, cooped up in the hospital, struggling to breathe. I'm just a faint glimmer compared to her dazzling light. Misery is a harsh mistress. I feel as though I'm lying in an unyielding darkness. Do you understand how I feel?
I can't.
I didn't think so. Any day now, I'm going to die. I have an incurable hereditary disease. Unless you're in my situation, you can't understand how I feel. But I prefer it that way. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. There are no platitudes to stave off death. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to depress you or anything.
No, you're good, bestie.
It's been quite a while since I spoke to someone my own age. It's only natural for those dwelling in the depths of darkness to yearn for the light.
That's like the most depressing social link in an already sad game, right? I love this man, though.
I'm glad we could meet, though. If there is a god, I'll be able to thank him soon enough.
Communicated with Akinari Kamiki. The sun!
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create the persona of the Sun Archon.
He's the sun because you can only
However-
see him on Sundays. Aha.
I doubt we will ever meet again. This was just a chance encounter, nothing more. Goodbye.
It's okay, I'll see you next Sunday. And every Sunday after that, actually. We're gonna be besties.
Ah, good evening. I
Oh,
just came
hello.
by to check in on Koromaru. Do you think he'll do well?
He already has. We're already at the next border level of Tartarus because of him.
That's good to hear. Well, given his reputation for loyalty, I wasn't too worried in the first place. If you have any concerns, please feel free to let me know anytime. It's only fair, considering I was the one who requested that Koromaru join the squad.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm all for Koromaru joining us. He's totally welcome.
Totally. Next, you tell me you can only meet the moon person on Mondays. No, you can actually never meet the moon person. Not because they're not available, just because I don't want to go with them.
I'll even throw in training lessons from the master.
I say as if I'm not like rank 4 with them already. All my homies hate Nozumi.
I'm pretty sure Koro-chan's already more disciplined than you. Could you
Accurate.
even sit still if someone told you to stay?
The Devil Confidant in P5 is met at the Devil Crossroads. Yeah.
Hey, don't compare me to a
Devil
dog.
in this game is Tanaka, which I think is very funny.
I'm totally disciplined. I can follow directions. Kinda.
So true,
Yeah,
Junpei.
you really sold us on it.
Anyway, so, Mr. Chairman, about those summer classes.
Ah, yes. I heard about Kirijo-kun's plan. It sounded like a good idea, so I went along with it.
No, why would you agree to that?
Oh, was I being nosy?
I'm missing out on my passionate summer romance. She's disappearing before my eyes.
Well, you should go meet her then. Oh, come on already. Go meet her. Out of the palace, you're free almost. Yippee! Oh my gosh. Could it be? Origination? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. How's the gaming? It's going good.
Farewell, my beautiful city girl, awaiting me by the shoreline.
So true, Junpei. We're doing pretty well. We just met one of my favorite characters in the game. Yeah, I'm ready for him to give me depression all over again. And we're just chilling. It's me. What? I don't see him. What's their name? Shinjiro? No, I do love Shinjiro. I adore Shinjiro. We have met him a couple of times, but we haven't gotten really into his story at all. We just met Akinari, who's one of the social links. Monkey D, welcome in.
The city or the shores. Pick one. Even if you didn't have classes, you'd probably
A
just
character
bum
you
around
do
the
not
station
know.
all day.
That's okay. He's a kid about your age, so he's like a high schooler, maybe a little bit older, who has a incurable disease and is waiting for death, essentially. Is the best way to put it. Futaba and Mona called you poor because you don't have a game console. Poor. That's rough. It's real rough. Why Persona do this to us? Truly. I love that man though.
You should just accept your fate. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chairman, weren't you about to tell us something before he arrived?
Oh, what are you gonna tell us?
Ah, that's right.
Is it a terrible joke? Probably.
Aside from my unnecessary meddling, I do have another request for all of you.
Okay, what's up?
Does everyone have a moment?
Oh, hey guys.
I think it's a good time for you all to get a routine health checkup.
Oh, yippee!
You know where Tatsumi Memorial Hospital is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where Sonata Senpai was treated before.
Loved this game. Glad to hear it. I'm so happy with every part of it so far. It's so good. All I could have wanted from a remake.
You've all been fighting lately. It'd be best to stay on top of your physical health. It wouldn't be good if your personas were causing any strain on your bodies, right? I expect
that would be a
it
problem.
shouldn't be too much of a detour to stop by the hospital after your summer classes.
Cool.
I understand. Still, this is rather sudden.
Don't worry too much about it. Like they say, a stitch in time saves 9. Or your side.
Oh my god. You're doing New Game Plus on hard? Ooh.
We'll be doing the checkups individually, one day at a time. You can decide amongst yourselves who goes when. Don't forget to deck up for your checkup. Just kidding.
Please, no.
Oh, maybe bring
You
your
can leave now.
evokers in case you need to take any shots.
Sir! Are you done?
Yes.
Just talking with everyone about Koromaru. We'll need to be taken on walks, where we won't be assigning that duty to anyone in particular. It would help if you could take Koromaru out for a walk at night if he seems like he wants to go for one. Cool. Can I actually take him on a walk today? Is that an option that I have?
Let's see.
Must be easier taking Koromaru on walks with nights being cooler this time of year. Dogs can't regulate their body heat with sweating, you see. So remember to keep an eye on it.
You see,
I don't want to hear that your grades are slipping because you're spending too much time in Tartarus. There's nothing I can do to help with that. Study hard and do your best in summer school.
By the way.
Oh, right. This is Koromaru's new home, isn't it? It's gonna be lots of fun with him around.
Yo.
Sports and school work the same. No matter how strong you are, those who don't put in the effort fail. It's the same with school. If you don't study, you won't pass your test. Okay, and he's so polite.
Can
I help you? Let's talk.
see.
I get not wanting to attend summer school, but I think it's necessary. After we defeat the rest of the shadows, we'll become ordinary high school students again. And if we fall behind on our studies now, we'll be in big trouble later. That's it. Junpei the Wise has yet another brilliant idea. All I have to do is become a dog. Then I won't have to go to summer school either.
Yes?
Korochan is trying to say something. I bet he's complimenting me for being so smart.
Are you stupid or
I bet
something?
he's laughing at you, saying how stupid you are. Stupid. Yukari. Summer school starts tomorrow. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm dreading it.
Seriously.
Damn right. Hey, Koromaru, wanna switch places with me? I'll be at the couch on the second floor today. If you'd like to go to Target, please look for me there. I am standing right next to you, Fuka. Fuka, I am 3 inches away from you. You do not need to email me to tell me where you are. Alright, let's take Koromaru for a walk.
Oh, hey, what's up? Is that your dog?
No, actually, that's weird. I don't actually know who you are.
Oh, he looks like a smart one, unlike his owner.
All right, man. Look, we want to talk about smart ones here. You're the one who's trying to date a teacher. Let's call a spade a spade.
I'm just joking. So, how's life, man? And I love how the girl in that show has this mature vibe. You know what I mean?
Thank you for saving me, Koromaru.
Whoa, looks like this guy's had his fair share of fun. Guess we should start heading home then. See, it's cool.
Thank you for saving me from that conversation, Koromaru. Okay, so walking Koromaru is a guaranteed social link up. That's kind of nice. They changed that from before. Oh, time to leave. All right, let's go to summer school. Yippee! Ooh, it's already so hot at this hour. By the way, have you heard anything about the dates for health checkup? I haven't. Wait, really? I told Junpei to let you know. Yours is on August 14th. Anyways, it's seriously way too hot out here. Let's hurry and get inside. I need to be in a classroom with air conditioning stat. I also just realized that this might be the stream that we get for the next semester. I'm coming to the realization, which means this will be the stream that we hit changing seasons. I'm excited. Despite the summer heat, I managed to pay attention to the lecture. At least it's gonna help me get my academics caught up a little bit here.
Let's get on with today's lesson.
I know it's hot, everyone, but let's try and get through the class. Focus, pocus. Dude, who would have thought that people would actually attend this course over the summer? You sure are a curious lot. I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, anyway, let's talk about something interesting today. All your future magicians will want to pay close attention. Today's subject is tarot. That's right, the cards often used in fortune telling. Despite originating in 15th century Europe as normal playing cards, tarot cards evolved into tools of divination. There are a variety of tarot card decks, including the Martial and the Rider decks. But today, in honor of the great Crowley, we will be using the Thoth deck.
So, continuing on.
First, let's talk about the composition of the deck. The modern 78 card tarot deck is divided into 2 parts. There are 22 major arcana, the face cards, and 56 minor arcana, the number cards. The minor arcana are sometimes called the pip cards. Major arcana feature a variety of illustrations on their faces, beginning with the Fool and ending with the Universe. They tell a story in numerical order that represents the individual's journey through life. Each major arcana represents a stage on that journey, and each stage represents an event that an individual must experience in order to achieve wholeness.
Let's do just that.
They are all important, so let's take a look at each of the 22 cards, one by one. First card, numbered 0, is the Fool. It represents beginnings and suggests infinite possibilities. In other words, the beginning of life. The next card, the Magician, represents action and initiative, but also immaturity. The High Priestess represents contemplation and inner knowledge. The Empress represents both motherhood and maternal love, as well as one's vitality. The Emperor is an opposing card. It represents fatherhood, as well as leadership and decision-making skills. The Hierophant represents formality and knowledge. It is a symbol for religion.
That is to say...
Oh, God. The Lovers represent choice. Here, an individual finally begins to develop a conscience. The Chariot represents the individual's victory, but only a momentary one. Justice is exactly what it sounds like, knowing what is right and what is wrong. The Hermit represents self-reflection. In other words, searching for answers deep within one's heart. Fortune represents fate and the opportunities it brings. Strength represents both passion and self-control. It is depicted as power with reason. The Hanged Man reflects the individual's inability to take action. Spiritual death awaits the individual when the 13th card, which is aptly named Death. Death is considered a transitional card. With death, the old ends and the new begins.
All right.
Now let's move on to what happens following the transition. Temperance is the balancing of opposites. Opening one's eyes to the world allows for growth. And then, an encounter with the devil is where one faces temptation. At the tower, the individual's value will start to collapse. It seems as if there is nothing to believe in. The individual then finds a glimmer of hope in the star, granting one peace and serenity. In turn, this makes one vulnerable to the moon's illusions, which gives the way to fear and trepidation. But the individual may be rewarded with a bright future by the sun, which signifies true achievement. Judgment awaits the individual at the journey's end, when looking back on the path one has traveled. The final card is the Universe, which represents the individual reaching full awareness. That's the growth of an individual as explained by the tarot cards. Perhaps all this talk about life doesn't hit home with you young folks just yet,
Well then.
Well, now you can use all 78 cards to divine the future in detail. But most people only use the 22 major arcana. Okay, next let's talk about fortune telling using the major arcana. First, you'll need to shuffle the cards. If a card is reversed, its meaning will change. Now, this is very important, so pay attention. Buddy, I appreciate the intel, but also I'm begging you to shut the hell up. Third day of summer school. Third summer seat, I'm going to pay attention to the lecture. Look at our academics. We're finally going to get, you know, maybe caught up to level 5. Maybe. We've gotten 8 straight academics points and still are nowhere close. This is so sad. Hey, it's my checkup day. Almost time to head to summer school. I need to stop by Tatsumi Memorial Hospital on the way back later today. Oh, not again.
Guess we'll get started.
Now, let's begin. Yod hey, vav hey. How are you all handling the heat? I can brew you some of my special tea if you like. Now, let's continue our special summer course, The Truth Behind Magic. I'll be talking about Kabbalah. I assume you all have at least heard of Kabbalah, yes? It is known as the mystical study of the Hebrew scriptures, but, as I've mentioned before, it had a great impact on Western sorcery. It has been said that to learn the secrets of magic, you must first understand Kabbalah.
Okay, then.
So, who is the person who formed this incredible ideology known as Kabbalah? Well, according to legend, it was Moses. Yes, that Moses. The Moses who gave us the 10 Commandments and split the Red Sea. But in reality, it was formulated by a group of rabbis not long ago. However, because it features such a complicated coded system, Kabbalah does not become known to the Western world until much later. Now, it is important to note that there are many different ancient methods of deciphering Kabbalah. For example, there is gematria, the interpretation of the text by replacing letters with the numbers they represent. There is notarikon, where you take a letter from each word to form another sentence or thought. There's also Temura, a method where the letters of words are replaced, thereby giving the sentence new meaning. All of these are different methods make it difficult to fully comprehend Kabbalah.
So, continuing on.
Now, one of the most important ideas of Kabbalah is the Tree of Life, comprised of 10 Sephirot. Most illustrations depict it as a chart shaped like a tree. The 10 nodes represented by the Sephirot and the 22 paths connecting them all come together to form a map of God's creation and the spiritual ascent of man. Where did we come from? Where are we going? These answers lie in the Sephirot. Cotton Eye Joe. When training your magic, it's important to picture the Sephirot every so often. And when you are meditating, you should focus on the Sephirot as well. This is going to be on the test, you know. They say knowledge is another form of magic, so study hard. If you find yourself struggling, well, you may wish to turn to the Sephirot. I don't know what the laugh that just came out of my body was. I think the spirit of this man is taking me over. I don't know what just happened there. That was... By the way, did you notice that I said there were 22 paths? Yes, that's right. The same number as the major arcana I spoke of before. Now, continuing on. According to the Kabbalah, existence is broken up into 4 worlds. Oh yes, before I forget, I'll be giving supplementary lessons at the nurse's office as of the 2nd semester. You'll be what now? I'm thinking of doing demonstrations with tarot cards.
As such.
But I won't have time for that during the lecture, so if you're interested, stop by after school. Everyone is welcome. Right. I don't... Is there a reason for me to do that? I still am not level 5. This is so tragic. Go to the hospital for my checkup. Yippee! Oh,
thanks for being so patient. That just about concludes your
Why
checkup.
are you... I want a real doctor. I want a real doctor. I don't want this guy.
Sorry yours ended up taking so much longer than everyone else's.
That's all right. I'm a little suspicious as to why.
Glad to hear you say that.
But...
Although we could have done it another time and taken a full day for it. Your persona abilities are rather unusual compared to the others, aren't they?
Yes.
That's why we had to run so many more tests on you.
Right.
Well, based on how you've performed so far, I don't expect there to be any problems.
Great.
Persona abilities can be dangerous, depending on how they're used. With that in mind, it can't hurt to err on the side of caution. How are you feeling about it? Do you have any concerns about your power?
I have more concerns about why I'm getting, you know, these tests, so many tests done. Nope, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Good to hear. And I don't think there will be any issues with your test results either.
That's good.
I truly am grateful for everything the team has done, especially you.
What can I say?
Things have really changed for the better since you arrived. Our team has grown. And we've even figured out how we can eliminate the dark hour. In a way, you've sort of gotten the clock ticking for us again. It's almost as if we were just waiting for you these past 10 years. I'm afraid I can only support you from behind the scenes. But...
Yeah, you know, that's okay. I'd like you to actually stay as far away from me as you usually can. Oh my gosh, Rennie! How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, he does not pass the vibe check. Not in the slightest.
I'll be counting on you to eliminate the 4 remaining shadows.
Easy. I've got it. Don't even worry about me.
It's getting pretty late.
We got this.
Why don't we get you back to the door?
Oh.
Oops. Excuse me for a second.
That better not be about my test results. He's gonna come back and tell me I have cancer.
Hello? Oh, thanks for your help the other day.
He's gonna tell me that I actually, all of the personas forming in my head have shortened my brain functions. And in 3 months, I will no longer be able to walk.
It's urgent? Wait, but by today?
Looks like we received an urgent call. I should head back to the dorm alone. Okay.
Iwatodai, this is the final train bound for Tatsumi Port Island. Please board before the scheduled departure time.
This is different. This is new. Finally got into your Twitch account after 1,000 years. You love to see it.
Oh, it looks like you're at Iwatodai Station
Hey,
now.
how's it going? This is why am I here? I'm doing pretty well, and I'm greatly enjoying. I'm a huge fan of Persona. I loved the original Persona 3. I think they are great games, and this game is everything I could have hoped for from a remake from it. I think this is new.
It's so late. We were starting to get worried. Did you run into any trouble?
My checkup just took forever.
Oh, I see. I hope everything's all right. I'll let Kirijo-senpai know. We're in the command room right now.
Cool.
I'll go ahead and navigate you back to the dorm. I'm sure you'll be fine, but considering what happened with Koro-chan, I'd rather play it safe.
Thanks.
Wait, I can sense a shadow, and it's really close to you. It's over at the Moonlight Bridge.
I hope I packed my sword.
It's too dangerous to go alone. You should stay put until everyone else gets there. Oh no, there's another reading near the shadow. It's a person.
I'll buy some time.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Oh my. And what have we here?
Hey, how's it going?
So much power, so much chaos. I'd not be foolish enough to turn my back on such a predator. And on top of that, we have an unexpected guest tonight.
What? Leaf, please elaborate on which one of the people on screen you're talking about. Leaf, I need you to clarify for me. Who on screen are you referring to right now? Yeah, oh my god.
Not a very favorable situation, all things considered.
But what are you still doing up, also? Shouldn't you be, like, asleep by now? What time is it for you?
So, given this little predicament, how do you intend to partake?
Now, you know what? You got this, buddy. Let's see what you got.
So long as you aren't against me, I will allow it. I don't know what our foe is capable of, but I trust you can protect yourself.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I don't think I have my evoker or my weapon, so... Oh no, apparently I do.
What a hapless night, is it not? Well then, shall we begin?
Your time, don't worry about it. Yeah, I would never. Okay, well,
what to do?
That doesn't seem like it was very necessary. I can't even buff him.
So that's your strategy. You make a good target.
My dude just shoots him in the head. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... do I have anybody that has... I don't have anybody that has Wakanda anymore. Unfortunately. Probably give it to somebody, but... Okay, you know what? Fuck it, we're just... Wild Thunder. Bang.
I'm impressed. It's tougher than it looks. Start this. That was quite the spectacle. But it's time to end this.
Oh.
You make a good target. As a reward for your efforts, let me show you my power. Come! Persona! How about this?
God, his persona is so freaky. I forget about it every time.
Satisfying, wasn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Have to go eat dinner, be back eventually. Take your time, Scarlet. We'll be here for a while. No need to worry. Is Takaya? No. He is one of our main antagonists, actually. He's the leader of the antagonist group, but we just happened to bump into him on the bridge here. Defeated Shadow seems to have dropped something.
Your persona ability is truly
Hey, what'd you
fascinating.
just put away there? What was that thing you just picked up?
It's different from the one I saw the last time, isn't it?
Probably, maybe. I don't know what you saw last time, so maybe.
So, you can choose from multiple personas to fit the situation.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
You must be burdened with an extremely unusual fate. It seems your friend has arrived. Then I suppose I'll have to be on my way for tonight.
Hey, what about that thing?
What is your name?
You picked up. Can I have that?
I'll see to it that I remember.
Okay. Great.
Enemies though we may be, I'm not one for leaving a debt unsettled. I shall have to repay you another time.
Cool. See you later, Pale Jesus. Hi, Mitsuru.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Did you already defeat the Shadow? Good work, but that was an unnecessary risk you took.
The situation called for it. Had to do what I had to do.
You can fill me in on the way back. In any case, I'm glad you're okay.
Explain what happened on our way back to the dorm. Did I, like, hop on the... I don't think there's a second seat on that bike. Did I just, like, ride on the back of the, like, you know, storage container?
Yes.
You had a long night, huh? On that night, let's not go to Tartarus tonight. Fair enough.
I'm sorry.
Sat in her lap. I mean, yeah, probably. I'd like to look into Strago with the chairman's help. I'll find out if I find out anything, I'll let you know. Also, I understand your circumstances last night, but try to avoid staying out late from now on. Well, I had no say in the matter yesterday. Like, you know, there was nothing I could do about that one. Despite the summer heat, I managed to pay attention to lecture. Please, tell me this is enough to get me to level 5 academics. Please, come on, nope. We're still not smart enough. Someday. There's a box in the car. It's a product I ordered. Yay! My 20 Red Bulls came in. At least summer school's over now, but doesn't it feel like we kind of wasted our summer vacation? I'll have to make a bunch of plans to make up for it. Wonder if anything's going on
I
soon.
have a suggestion.
I am currently aware of a summer festival tomorrow and a film festival the following day. Oh, that's right. Wait, Igus, are you thinking about going to the festival?
Yes.
Indeed, my data indicates that festivals and other events offer unique experiences. So, for investigative purposes, I plan to infiltrate such a shindig. So true,
Yeah.
Igus. Well, try not to stand out too much. I think of the crops I planted on the rooftop should be ready to harvest. Ryuja Senpai and Sonata Senpai aren't around, so I think we can't go to Tartarus tonight. I know we haven't been going very often because of summer school, but we don't have much of a choice in the matter.
Huh?
Looks like Kirijo Senpai and Sonata Senpai went out again. Probably they still have energy after summer school. I'm so tired, I think I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. Oh, we can walk Koromaru. We did work on these ones with Igus, so they should be good, right? Harukaja Matarukaja Zoto. Help you. Alright, let's take Koromaru for a walk. I think that's the best option we have here. I mean, I could go out, like, on the town or something, but... Koromaru wants to go for a walk. Koromaru's gonna get to go for a walk. I just can come with us. Okay, cool.
Koromaru-san seems to be enjoying
I really like Igus's new casual outfit. Very cute.
he's able to go on cherished walks together with his friends.
Look at him, he's so happy.
This must be where the summer festival I have heard about will be held.
Dog more important than all of their activities. I couldn't agree more.
For what reason is it required
We
to
gotta
equip
min-max the
oneself
dog.
with this yukata?
Dog is our best party member. He's so strong. And he's also just cute, which, you know, I think adds about 10% of value to the rest of the team.
I would like to infiltrate the site tomorrow to investigate this matter further.
Yeah, okay. You can go. Look at him. See, how could you say no to that? How could you tell him no? I certainly
Welcome back,
could.
Koromaru-san. You seem to be holding something.
This is the only game that has like a literal animal, because Koromaru is just a dog. He's not like a special, he's not like Morgana where he's like a special creature or anything. And then 4 has Teddy, who is a person in a bear costume, but the bear costume became sentient before the person became inside the bear costume. It's a weird, I don't know. Teddy's a weird case. Koromaru is just a dog who has a persona, and he helps us out, and he's great.
Perhaps it was part of his secret stash. Shall we return to the dorm? Let us come again, Koromaru-san.
Today is Sunday, which means it's Akinari Day. Congratulations to all those who celebrate. I'm gonna think if there's a summer festival going on at Naginaki Shrine today. Oh, maybe it's not. Is it? I thought the festival was only in the evening, but maybe he's not there because it's during the day too. No. Find out. Yuko, there's gonna be a festival at Naginaki Shrine tonight. Let's check out the stalls together. I can't wait. It's so hot every day. Do you know about the festival tonight at Naginaki Shrine? If you were planning to go, I'd love to go together. It would be nice to make some last summer memories with you. Please let me know what you think. You free tonight? I was planning on taking Aigis there to show her around, but I'm not certain if I'd make a good guide. Not too much trouble. Would you come along as well? Okay, we can go with Yuko, we can go with Chihiro, or we can go with Mitsuru and Aigis. I kinda... Who should I go to the summer festival with? Yukino? What? Chihiro, let's go. Mitsuru, since you sat on her lap. I am kind of leaning Mitsuru and Aigis. Mostly because of Aigis. I want to go to the festival with Aigis. That's kind of where I'm leaning. And Mitsuru gives me the option by proxy to go with Aigis. As much as I do love Chihiro, I'll head to the shrine when it's time. Great. Can I go out during the day at all, or no? No.
It looks rather busy. Aigis, be sure not to stray too far from us. Are my words even registering to you?
Should we hold it? Just casual slide it. Hey, so, we hold hands? She can't help it.
Yes. With the amount of data there is to collect here, I cannot help taking time to
Yeah, we're here
process.
for Aigis, not Mitsuru. Sorry.
Fine, fine. Just make sure to stay close to us.
This aroma.
This is takoyaki. Would you like to try some? Shopkeep. I would like to purchase one.
Shopkeep? Got it.
I wasn't gonna be the one to comment on that, how weird that sounded. But
Well, aren't you a lucky guy with two beautiful ladies? I'll throw in an extra for you. On the house.
yeah, that's it.
On the house? Do the takoyaki have some kind of architectural purpose?
Oh, I did. Was a play on words. Oh. Yukiko. Well, Yukiko is not even in this game. What do you mean? You're thinking of the wrong Yuki. We were talking to Yuko, not Yukiko. But close enough. Listen. Close enough.
Extremely high temperature juices have spurted out from inside.
I guess please don't say things like that. The internet will not be kind to you when you say something like that.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Looks as though you've had another valuable experience. You should have some too. Show Aigis the true nature of takoyaki. As for me, I'll have to decline.
Oh, why? Not a fan of octopus?
What are those?
Those are masks. They're worn over the face as a form of recreation.
I want the one that looks like Koromaru. I want the dog. Give me the dog mask.
One can find enjoyment by hiding one's face?
Hiding your face isn't the objective exactly. Rather, you get to experience having a different one. Putting this into words is proving difficult.
So then, by wearing a different face, you are able to become a different version of yourself?
Something like that.
Yes, that's about right. Your degree of comprehension is actually quite stunning. At this rate, a few more tests and the chairman may give you permission to go out on your own.
I look forward to that.
I mean, she still has machine guns for hands. I don't know that we should really just let her go unsupervised quite yet. But, like, you know. I feel like things could get very, out of control in a hurry.
Wanna try your hand in a lucky draw?
What's the worst thing? You know what? You're right. It's Japan, not America.
Make some nice memories, what do you say? Odds are looking good, lots of winning tickets left.
Why don't we give it a try?
Sure, I'm down. What can I say? I'm pretty lucky. Box is filled with triangular lottery tickets. No, you gotta get the bottom. All the way down there. Get the good one.
Congratulations, you won!
Told you. You gotta get the one way down at the bottom.
Wow, you must have incredible luck to win on your first try. Here is your prize. Enjoy.
Jack Frost doll. Nice.
I have won a water pistol.
Congratulations.
Between this and my onboard firearms, which is more effective in combat against the shadows?
You know, I guess I love you dearly, but I think we should stick with the ones we have. I think we should stick with the ones that shoot bullets. Considering, I mean, maybe against the fire ones. Maybe the water would work well against the fire ones.
Here, let's trade. In exchange, I'll give you these marbles I won. They're beautiful. Don't you agree? Well, I think we've seen all the vendors now. It's starting to get late, so let's head back.
Not yet. The mystery of the shooting game is yet unsolved.
Oh no. I guess.
I precisely struck the item to unbalance its center of gravity, yet it did not even budge.
Oh, it's because they're rigged.
Perhaps you should ask Iori the trick behind it when we return. Come on, let's go.
Time to go back to the door. Good old Aigis. We love Aigis. Today we're sprucing things up with a summer-only Amazing Commodities Monday special. There's a colorful voice coming from the TV. Wow, how convenient. The day that I couldn't check on Sunday, they're having a Monday special instead. Monday, the programming seems to have been rescheduled for summer vacation. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Home Shopping Show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices, so don't you touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do
Today
it.
we're introducing the Spooky Season set. It's August. Sir, it is August 17th. What? Summer calls for a test of courage. Prepare yourself with this set.
Good.
First, we have the Curse Paper. and you get 3 of them. Did you just feel a chill run down your spine? Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more.
Not bad,
We'll
kid.
throw in this Vanish Ball too. Guess how many? 2. All this for just 3,980 yen. This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right, today only. Yeah, we'll buy it. Why not? I'm a sucker for shopping TV in this universe, I suppose.
kid.
I just buy everything without questioning it. We'll be introducing part 2 of the home gardening set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're sold out. Sorry, folks. We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Well, thank you. Kenji wants to watch a movie. They're showing a flick I really want to catch. It'll light a fire in your heart, man. I already got tickets, so let me know if you want to come by noon. Okay. Do I want to go?
Oh, right.
Speaking of Koromaru's meal, sometimes he looks like he wants to eat a beef bowl. But I guess it'd be better to just give him dog food. I know there are some dogs that are some foods that are dangerous to dogs. It's not like he needs the stuff for his diet, right? Give him a little bit. Beef is good for dogs. I've been thinking about what you feed Koromaru. Typically give him standard dog food, but do you think we should add some variety? Imagine you'd get bored of eating the same meal every day after all. There's the option of preparing something by hand, but for now I'll simply buy different food.
Greetings.
The summer festival was an excellent experience. The rate at which the candied cotton substance expanded exceeded my expectations. I would like to make an expedition to the next summer festival as well. You got it, bestie. Koromaru. Buddy, I love him. Looks like he's having fun. Good. As he should be. Okay. What can we do today? Maiko's at the shrine. I'm assuming this is Nozumi at the mall. And Elizabeth? Oh, Junpei. There aren't any lost around the house, so it's all good, but pretty soon, man, they're gonna start coming out of nowhere. I'm sick of doing the same thing over and over. Let's kill all the shadows and finish this. Assuming it's Elizabeth that has something for me? Yeah.
Marvelous. I'm looking for...
I have requests.
Here are my requests.
Oh, I can take her to the shrine. Yeah, let's take her to the shrine.
I've been waiting for you.
Good old Elizabeth.
So this is a shrine. It's quite similar to a temple, is it not?
Pretty close, yeah.
A mysterious presence lurks here, though it is markedly different from a shadow. Well then, I shall first observe the local traditions and pay my respects. I wonder if this is enough.
No, I don't think it's enough. Keep pouring. Hold on. We'll just let her keep pouring for a minute. Just keep going. You got it. We'll make sure you get enough. Don't worry. I'm looking out for you. Just call me Daz. Welcome in. How you doing? Doing pretty good. We're having a good old time hanging out with our girl Elizabeth as she dumps copious amounts of money. We're gonna fund this temple for years to come. Don't worry. I'm not gonna say anything.
I have finally finished presenting my offering.
You did great, Elizabeth.
Though I normally do not reside in this world, I wonder if I too may receive divine grace. Come to think of it, this system of monetary offerings is very similar to that of the fountain. There are a great many locations in your world where supplicants may request good fortune. You live in a truly wondrous place.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Could those paper strips tied there be... Just as I thought. These are paper fortunes.
I can't believe we still haven't done a relationship fortune one time in this playthrough.
I've heard of this game. people entrust their destiny to a slip of paper, finding the risk far too exhilarating.
Is this my first playthrough? It is not. It's my first playthrough of Reload, I should say. I've played Persona 3 Portable before. I played both male and female routes of Portable. This is my first playthrough of Reload. Because yes, I am also a VGC player. Do a lot of VGC. Love me some Pokemon.
I see. There are many possible destinies written on them. Well then, I'd like to experiment with this for myself.
What do I think of it? I think it's great. I think it is a phenomenal game. I loved the original. I was a huge fan of the original Persona 3. I thought it was great. Story was phenomenal, and this is really all I could have asked for out of a remake of it. You know, I have my gripes. I am a little bit disappointed that like the female route is not an option in this version. That's a little disappointing, but like, you know, I'm not like overly torn up about it. And by my understanding, the like post-game content is coming in DLC later. I'm not sure exactly all the details on that, but that's been, you know, kind of floated out there. On the fence, you like Persona 3 Portable, but you're disappointed at P3F. That's fair. I think this is a much upgraded version of any of the 3 base Persona 3 games. FES, Base 3, or Portable. I think this game is a better version of all 3 of those. It has some weirdness here and there with, you know, obviously they didn't port everything over. Just want to date the himbo boxer. Unfortunately, you can't do that. You can't date him, but you can hang out with him, which is nice. They added like hangouts for a lot of the male party members, so you can go like hang out with them, and like it's like a pseudo social link, which is nice. Because I dated Aki when I played the female route, so I feel that I'm right there with you.
Please wait here while I work on obtaining every single variation.
She's collecting these fortunes like they're Pokemon cards.
Excuse me. I've been curious ever since we arrived. But what is that equipment over there?
Yeah, the Ken part was weird.
Memory serves.
I'm glad that
These
doesn't have to become
are
another
a
piece of
slide
discourse
and a
for
jungle
ages.
gem, correct?
I don't think Junpei's even an option for romance in the female route. I think it's just Ryoji, Shinji, and Aki, and Aigis, I think are the 4 that you can do in the female route. If you don't count the one that's illegal.
I see. In the presence of a true god, upholding a pretense of gravitas is all but meaningless. What a magnanimous and introspective message.
It's something like that, yeah, Elizabeth, for sure.
If that is the case.
In Japanese, you can date Stupet. Interesting.
Fascinating. In order to attain joy, one must first claw one's way to the very top. This playground equipment teaches a profound lesson on the true way of the world.
I agree. You know what? I'm gonna encourage her. I'm gonna let her do her thing.
Well, that was certainly entertaining.
Yeah, I believe... I know the way that you said it was not meant in any bad way, but I do think saying that is in reference to like a person is a negative term, so... Which is... I know what you meant, and I know that you didn't mean anything by it, but I do think that's... saying it in reference to a person is like a, you know... It's a very like negative expression.
Now, could you please instruct me in the proper use of the jungle gem over here?
You got it. Just climb. I love her so much. She's so stupid.
I can't get out.
Oh my god.
Oh dear, it's rather difficult to maintain one's balance.
That's just the character. That's just her. She's just a goofy, silly gal.
Today was even more enjoyable than our other outings thus far. To be honest, lately I've been wondering, do I find this world enjoyable simply because of the novelty of the stimuli it presents?
Yes,
or
probably.
another possibility, perhaps I enjoy myself on these excursions because of your company.
Could also be that.
In any event, I believe
This is
I'll
a
have
different
to
person than
negotiate
Aigis. Yes,
with
this
my
is
master to install
this
a
is the
horizontal
Velvet
bar
Room
in our
attendant
room.
of this game. So like the Justine Caroline character of this game. And this is similar to how you would take them out in Persona 5 to random places. This is kind of the same idea.
I'd like for you to accompany me again sometime, if you wouldn't mind. Well then, I suppose we should call it a day. But before we do, I'd like to go on the slide one more time. Shall we seize the opportunity and go in tandem?
This seems like a terrible idea, but yeah, let's do it.
Woo!
After Elizabeth had her fun, we went back to the Velvet Room together.
Here are my let's hear the results.
I must say that the harmony between religion and recreation was indeed superb.
Come to think of it,
I am currently in negotiations with my master about introducing a set of horizontal bars in our room. If I should win his favor, please stop by to make use of them. Please take this as your reward. Vitality Sash. Neat. Cool.
very well then.
Okay, I think we're gonna go with Kenji to the movies. Help me gain more courage. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, given that
Hey dude, let's grab some seats up front.
I need more courage to hang out with Fuka.
They're all over the third floor already. This is it. We're gonna die here.
I'm gonna listen to the movie.
We can't give up now. There's always hope, no matter how damned the world is. As God is my witness, I won't die in this mall!
Not the mall. Watching the humans fight for survivals in that movie made me a little braver. Having to haunt a mall
my
forever.
hands were sweating like crazy.
The worst way to go.
Everything was so well done. But dude, 3 movies in a row is way too much. Anyway, it's getting dark, so let's bounce.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Parted ways with Tomochika and went back to the dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
Stuck between a Cinnabon and an Aeropostale, watching as the 4 people who walk by every day. At least that's a lot of local malls around me, as nobody shows up to those poor things anymore. Very unfortunate. I can't take it anymore. Yeah, this heat is the worst. I feel exhausted just sitting here. Let me try to get my mind off the heat. So after the next full moon, next full moon is in September, right? After break. When I talk about it like that, it sounds like I'm preparing for an exam or something. But anyways, there are only 4 shadows left. We have to hang in there. Am I gonna watch a movie with Koromaru? Okay, everybody, I need you all to get out of here. I was thinking, what do you think will happen if the Dark Hour disappears? We'll go back to normal. Yeah, that's what I think too. Those Strega guys said our persona abilities will disappear, so we'll probably just go back to being ordinary high school students. Okay.
Hi.
We should follow Yukari-chan's advice and try to finish our summer homework soon. Junpei-kun said he's gonna do all his at once later. How are you gonna tackle yours? All at once. Oh, you too? I guess everyone has their own way of doing things. Okay.
By the way,
Mitsuru-san took Aigis-san to the summer festival. I was also there. Excuse you. I didn't hear anything on the news about it, so no one must have noticed that she's a robot. He must have been in stealth mode. Yeah. Alright, I'm watching a movie with my dog.
TV remote is at Koromaru's feet. I wonder if there's a TV program he wants to watch. Watching TV with Koromaru could help with my academics. Yes. It's a documentary about a wolf pack. I guess this is what Koromaru wanted to see. Aww. Look, he's so intently watching. He's so polite. Yeah, you tell him. Get him. Koromaru seems to be mimicking the pack leader. Woof woof. I encourage this. Koromaru seems to really like this program. I love him so much. Watching how animals live in the wild helped me improve my academics. Yay! We're still only level 4 though. This program apparently has more episodes in the series. Maybe I'll watch it with Koromaru again whenever I have the time. I love Koromaru. He's just a silly guy. He's just, you know, a funny little fella. Still no Maya, huh? No thank you. Oh, we can go with BB for the movies. I'll be at the strip mall, so hurry up. Or we could go hang out. We could go with BB to the movies, or we could go with Junpei and hang out with Junpei. And you know, I feel like that decision has already been made for me. I'll be honest with you.
Yes? What is
Summer
it?
break next year will likely be inundated with studying for entrance exams. So make use of this free time while you have it. Okay. Did you say Polonia or did you say Iwatodai? He's at the Iwatodai. Well. What's up, buddy? My boy.
Yo.
Oh, perfect timing. You see my message? The one about my great idea? I was thinking of carrying it out. Let's spend the day with Junpei? Yeah, let's do it. Hell yeah, you know what's up. Okay, I'm gonna go buy the things we need. Just wait here for me. Oh boy.
That's one magnificent melon, ain't she? It's the highlight of my day. So, I've been thinking of throwing a watermelon splitting party.
Okay. Welcome back, Scarlet.
We haven't really done anything summery since vacation started, you know?
Yeah.
Especially Amada. He always looks so bored when I see him in the dorm. And man, that kills me to see. It'd be a real shame if he didn't have a single entry in his summer picture diary.
That's so thoughtful of you.
I can already see the look on his face. He'll be like, Junpei-san, you're super cool and you're super nice.
It's a pretty good impression.
Oh, I mean, don't you know? They say women can't resist a guy with a soft spot.
There it is. There's the ulterior motive.
And you know what that means? I'm gonna need your help. It's a win-win situation, don't you think? Anywho, oh boy. I think my arms are gonna fall off.
Buddy, it's a watermelon. It's not that heavy.
Ah, yes. Today's shaping up to be a glorious
Okay,
day.
Koromaru's here with us, so this is a dub.
Such a shame that the third years and the ladies won't be joining us.
If we're splitting watermelons, I'm out.
What? Just like that? You're not even gonna hear me out?
You have a watermelon and a bat. What else could it possibly be?
He's got you there, you know? he does have you there.
That's more for little kids anyway. Plus, it's really hot out. And look, I get you're trying to be nice.
You should join us. Come on.
Yeah, for real. Without you, it would just be me and him.
Koromaru is right there, okay? Don't disrespect him.
And isn't that just the saddest thing you ever heard?
Well, when you put it that way, I guess I don't have a choice.
I know, Koromaru. Don't you worry, boy. We didn't forget about you. All right. What are we waiting for? The youngest gets to draw first blood. Now this is what real summer feels like. My blood's pumping something fierce.
I'm so happy with the casting of Junpei. Like, every scene I've had with Junpei so far makes me so happy with who they cast for him. I think Zeno has done such an incredible job.
Look who's acting like a kid now. Oh yeah, where's the blindfold? We can't split watermelons with just a bat. Speaking of, this bat seems kind of worn in, doesn't it?
Oh, wow. You got that. That bat and I go way back. Had it since I was in Little League. I've never mentioned this before.
That does sound familiar.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's not some big secret or anything. I used to play tons of baseball back in the day. But that's old news now.
Wait, then should we really be hitting watermelons with this?
Well, nah, it's cool. Don't think I'll be using it much from here on out.
Aww.
What's wrong, bud? You dying to chomp on some melon?
Koromaru's trying to tell us something.
Come on, Koromaru. We can't swing at the watermelon with you in the way.
Koromaru? Hey, why don't we use something other than the bat?
I have a sword. Good idea.
See? Senpai thinks so too.
Then what else are we gonna use?
Anything, I guess. Just as long as it's interesting.
Interesting. Kind of a weird request. Oh! Like if Sanada-san used his bare hands?
Yeah.
Someone say my name?
Oh, hi, Akihiko.
Whoa,
Just in time.
Sanada-san.
Well, when I got back, I thought I heard voices coming from the roof, so I came to check it out. Watermelon splitting, huh?
Yeah, you want to help us
That's
out?
right. We were just talking about what to use to hit it.
You're not gonna use that bat?
No. We want to use something else.
Yeah, we were just saying you could probably do it with your bare hands.
That is tempting, considering how huge it is. Are you sure it's okay?
Yeah, do it.
Huh? Sure. If
I want to
that's
see
what
you
want.
snap this thing in half.
All right. Guess I better make this good then.
Hey, try not to go all out, or there won't be any left to eat.
Whoa! Sanada-san, you're incredible!
What the heck? How are we supposed to eat it now?
It's literally in like clean pieces. What do you mean?
Can't believe that thing was still edible after it exploded like that. Didn't go exactly how I was expecting, but looked like a mod ad. Man, I was acting kind of lame back there.
And he
huh?
breaks his hand. No, he's fine. He's built different.
You know, before we busted the melon. I'm talking about the whole bat thing. You were just trying to be thoughtful. I didn't want to come off like I was having second thoughts, but I guess I couldn't help it, huh? I was supposed to be this cool mentor, but instead, the kid ends up pitying me.
You have great qualities.
Don't worry about me anymore. I'll just get even sadder, you know? I mean, I'm not saying it's your fault, dude. How the hell do I put it? This is a me problem. It probably doesn't make sense. I feel like my life, my teenage years, it's just all over the place. Anyway, I think we're done for today, yeah? Appreciate you helping me prep and clean up. Well, let's head back downstairs.
Yeah, let's go. I feel like my charm has improved after seeing how considerate Junpei is. Someday we'll be able to hang out with Fuka and Yukari. At the rate we're going, probably not Mitsuru, because our intelligence is just not going up. But, you know, that's a skill issue on our part.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
Summer break will be ending in just under 2 weeks. Of course, fighting shadows takes priority. Don't forget to dedicate time to studying as well. Nah. I was trying to cook something and kind of messed it up, and Koro-chan happened to be nearby. So I asked him if he wanted a bite. I was just joking, but he ran away so fast. I mean, I know it didn't come out right, but I didn't think it was that bad. Oh man, I'm dying here. Yuka-tan said that the food she made didn't turn out the way she expected, but even Koromaru ran away from it. How bad does your cooking have to be for that to happen? Poor Yukari. I know Koro-chan didn't mean to hurt Yukari-chan's feelings, but I'm sure she's feeling a little down. I'm not sure what to do in this kind of situation. Poor Koromaru, he deserves better. Koromaru isn't just any old dog. He's a key member of SEEDS. Please be mindful what you're feeding him. Is he upstairs? Where did he go? Oh, hi, bud. Oh, look at him. Oh my god. I love him. I love him dearly. He seems apologetic about something. Oh, poor buddy. I love him so much. My sweet child. He's done nothing wrong. Oh, Tanaka. Hey, so about those $30,000 that I gave you, Tanaka, how's the investments going? The missing housewife. Oh yeah, more emeralds. Nice.
I'm gonna think of it.
They found that missing schoolboy the other day. I tried questioning him, but his answers didn't make any sense. He said some kids saved him from an attack by a black thing.
Counting on you.
He left a reward with us, so I'll hand it over to you. Shift boost.
Good to see you.
I don't have that much, but you should be able to find what you need. Cool. I just need to sell, actually.
Sure. It's a deal.
Cool. Thank you.
You finished? Come back soon.
We don't have any missing people right now, right? No. Good. Hey. We ran into a bit of snag again. Some other investors decided to drop out. But since there are a few investors, everyone will be able to make even more of a profit. So would you mind investing some more? Just 10,000 yen more. That should be plenty. Are you in? Yeah, man. Sure. Take another 40,000 yen. That's fine. Foolish little thing. Do you not yet realize that you're being deceived? Everything I've said has clearly been suspicious. Ignorance should be a crime. Sure, you have some redeeming qualities, but if you remain this naive, everyone will take advantage of you. Stick with me, and I'll show you how to be a winner. Man seems to be serious. Should I spend some time hearing him out? Yeah.
All right. If you insist, I'll give you my autograph. It's always a pleasure to meet a fan.
Who are you?
Don't you have a television? Are you living in the Stone Age? How barbaric. I'm sure you've seen the home shopping program.
Yeah, I buy something from it every week.
Amazing commodities. Yes? Allow me to introduce myself.
Oh, thanks for the business card. Handed me a business card. It says Tanaka, President and CEO.
That's right. I'm Tanaka himself. Surely you've heard the name. I'm afraid I can't offer any returns on your 40,000 yen, but I've autographed my business card for you.
Hey, sounds like a good trade to me, you know? Even though I literally just handed you 10,000 of that 40,000. So, like, it can't have, you know, disappeared this quickly is all I'm saying.
Hold on to that. It'll be worth a pretty penny in a year or so. And with that, I must be going.
Cool. Thank you.
That little brat. Doesn't he realize he's in the presence of a star? Time is money, especially mine. Should have squeezed a few more payments out of him.
Sounds like he's talking about me. Talk to him. Hey.
Huh? What do you want? Quit disturbing me. Get out of here. Shoo. You You overheard me talking to myself just now, didn't you?
I sure did, bud.
You'll forget it ever happened if you know what's good for you. I belong to a powerful talent agency.
Yeah, man.
I'm practically a celebrity. I have an image to maintain. Don't even think about telling someone that I took your money or called you a little brat, capiche?
Whatever you say, man.
Don't get cute with me. You think you can get away with anything with that pretty face of yours?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, silly me. I've let you in on my little secret, haven't I? Don't tell anyone, okay? Please, I'll lick your shoes clean if you want me to.
I don't care. I could not care less.
So, you won't tell anyone, right? You better be ready to cross your heart and hope to die if you're lying to me.
Missed opportunity. Honestly, probably.
It's a form of contract, and if you breach it, I'll sue your pants off.
Oh no, not my pants.
I've got your adorable little face etched into my
Please
memory.
stop saying things like that to me. I'm like 16. Thanks for taking an interest in me. I'm now acquainted with Tanaka, the producer of the home shopping TV show. Great. Yippee, I met the devil! Woo!
Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create the persona of the Devil Archon.
You're a diamond in the rough, my boy. All you need is a little
That makes sense,
polishing,
yeah.
and you'll sparkle. I often take my breaks here. I'd be happy to mold your young mind whenever you wish.
Yeah, you... By mold my young mind, he means literally he would put mold in my brain.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Who fell in?
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. One this time, I believe. Please swiftly and safely conduct a search and rescue.
You give up? Yeah, so it went about how I expected it would for you, huh?
If you're looking to enhance your Twitch experience, support your favorite streamers, and get tons of free goodies along the way, then Twitch Prime is definitely worth checking out. Don't miss out on all the amazing benefits. Sign up for Twitch Prime today.
Damn, that wasn't even an ad for me. That was just an ad for Twitch Prime. That's crazy. Anyways, hi Griff, how are you? Leaf, the key, turn your difficulty to merciless. That's not even a joke. If you are struggling with Okurumura, turn your difficulty to merciless. Been better? How's the stream? It's going pretty well. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope it turns around for you, my guy.
Goodbye now.
Goodbye, Elizabeth. PC is giving you hell today? What's going on with it? Maiko, Bunkichi, Kaisuke. Down here that has something to say.
I'm sorry.
The arm was built some time ago, so the air conditioning unit doesn't work very well. It's usually tolerable, but today, I can understand why Iori is griping so much. Have we got any new, recordings either? Damn, it's hot. Why is it so hot inside, too? Help, I'm melting! Check the console here. Feels like it's been a minute. Seems to be a new recording. Excellent. 8/13/2009. Oh, this was like 3 days ago. Okay. At 22:41:19. Looks like Sonata's room.
Oh, damn it. I still can't stop thinking about what happened in Yakushima.
I love this
You're
scene so
telling me
much.
I can't carry a conversation any better than Junpei? How can I be on the same level as that idiot and his lame pickup lines?
So true, buddy.
Are you able to make others laugh with a well-timed joke?
When your SSDs wasn't downloading or updating games, you spent hours fixing that. Now you're trying to play Helldivers and it keeps crashing your whole PC. Whoa. Fix the SSD issue by uninstalling Palworld. Yeah. You know, that somehow does make sense. I don't know about the crashing thing. That's weird, though. It's been a not swag day. I don't blame you. I do not blame you in the slightest.
Well, no specific examples come to mind, but I think I at least do that much.
Uh-huh.
Careful. Making others laugh and being laughed at are two entirely different things. When people speak to you, do you tend to respond with pure logic and reason? This is a common mistake among inarticulate men. Try to consider what the other party is feeling first.
You got this, Akihiko.
Damn it. I guess they've got a point.
I guess.
Try practicing by imagining you're asking a female friend or colleague to your favorite store.
If you have to read how to be sociable, you're probably not sociable. That's the truth of the matter.
Remember, it's important to smile and have a sense of humor.
All right, you got this, Akihiko. Smile, have a sense of humor. Show it to us.
Hey there. What great timing to see you here. Nice one.
All right, good start.
I'm going to Umiushi. Wanna come with?
Okay.
Oh, humor. Humor. You know the beef bowl place? Hey, maybe we could meet up there? Huh? Get it?
Ooh. Ooh. You're losing it. You're losing it, buddy.
What am I, the chairman? Screw this.
This is accurate. Yeah, no, Griffin is correct. This is accurate. Me trying to prepare for any social situation. I too have a book in my room that tells me how to talk to people, and I'm very bad at it. What's at Polonium Mall? Oh, Elizabeth is at Polonium Mall. I can give her the signature now.
Marvelous.
I can sense that the power growing within you stems from bonds you forged. Thank you.
I'm looking.
May I assist you?
Are you accepting
Here
a
you go.
request? Let's hear the results.
It seems you completed a request. One moment, please, while I check.
Oh my.
It says here, Tanaka's amazing commodities. Talk about the weather, or talk about any significant change in the weather. Hey man, so it's cold, hot today, isn't it? Depending on if it was this morning or now, it could be a different answer, given that it's Texas. Look busy by checking the weather up on my phone. Man, it sure is. It sure is. A high of 60 and a low of 30 today, isn't it? So true. Sure is weather out there. Must be that prominent figure's autograph. I must say, he has a very beautiful penmanship. He must be as powerful as the rumors say. This man who rambles along to a unique melody.
Marvelous.
Oh, I see that you've acquired a new bond in addition to the autograph. That is very good news indeed. Please take this as your reward. Great, thank you.
Very well then.
Is there anything I can get at the antique shop right now?
That reminds me.
You know of Club Escapade? I heard through the grapevine that the owner there's been collecting gemstones as a hobby. Good grief, what's he even going to do with them? I could get much more use out of them. Ah, there I go again. Sorry, I don't mean to complain. What can I do for you today? Hey, you found a new base model. Ah, this will make for a fine piece of work.
Which one?
AS generic material.
You've come at a good time. There are some new items you can create.
Interesting. Okay, for Aegis, Phalanx suit, or rock dog suit. Nucleus rifle.
Everything
That's
I craft
not as
is
good as
sure
the
to
flash
be
grenade
useful
that I have.
against the shadows. Give them a go, will you?
This is
You're
really good,
sure
though.
about this? Here you go. Thanks for waiting. Are you sure? Did you change your mind? Are you sure?
And we'll get the
So
dog
what
suit
now?
as well.
Here you go. Thanks for waiting.
Koro.
What would you like?
If you wear the dog suit, I wish. Regenerate 1. Ooh. Orgaium duration +1
You
turn.
never really know what life has in store for you.
Interesting.
Who would
Okay.
have guessed I'd be running an antique shop?
Jack Jumper.
Much less
No
meet a kid
ice.
like you.
Okay. And then a lot of these are worse than what I have though.
So, what will it be? What would you like? Everything good? Hope
Okay,
to see you
see you
soon.
later. Give Aegis that. Perfect. Give Koromaru the rock dog suit. Let's go with Maiko.
There you are.
You have today off, right? I have cram school right now, but I'm not going. Will you play with me? That's okay. What should we do? Hopefully next time. Next time we can... Hey, what do you want to do? Stronger... No. Okay. Unfortunate. I don't think we got most of our questions right on the last Link level up, so we're a little behind on Maiko.
Welcome back.
Damn, it's hot. I'm sweating like a pig over here, man. Stay strong, Yuri, though. Heat will only affect you if you allow it to. Of course, there are limits to that theory. We can watch a movie with Yukari, or we can make food with Akihiko. Or we can go play games. Go play games. See what they've got there. I don't remember what Wednesday is. Here's the answer. Raise our academics. Surely we'll get to level 5 now, right? Surely. Nope. There's a new moon. We're halfway through the cycle.
Yeesh, this is a scorcher.
Is today the day? Are we finally?
Oh man, it's already the 20th? Summer break's almost over. Not that I got anything to do. You'd think with special powers, the rest of the world wouldn't be so boring. Hmm?
Here she is.
What's she doing? Drawing? She's some kind of caricature artist? Nah, no way. There's no one around for her to draw. What the heck is she drawing then? There's nothing interesting here.
Out of the way. You're blocking my view. Move.
He's so real.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Oh, what's with those funky colors?
What do you want?
No, nothing. My bad. Dude, how can she stand to wear that crazy outfit in this heat? And what was up with that weird drawing? I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Oh well.
Our vacation is starting to wind down. I got no hermit level ups over the entirety of. Just like it says, 18th annual Miyoho Cups, silver. Thanks to my track and field summer practice, I achieved a personal best in the competition. A green turban shell from Yakushima. I have some great memories from the time I spent in Yakushima with my friends. What about the mask? Okay. Well. It's a sick Thursday. I have no text messages. Nobody has sent me a message. Right. Everybody's not around again, huh? I've never seen that guy do any homework. He's gotta be. Is he gonna be alright?
I have a suggestion.
Unlike the large shadows, it is difficult to predict where Strago will appear next. Koromaru-san said he must be very cautious of them.
By the way,
All over the news, apathy syndrome cases are increasing. We must do something about this. Strip mall? I think we can go with Mamoru today. No Mamoru. We can go with Bunkichi though. How's it going, guys?
Oh, welcome.
What happened?
Don't you worry. She's crying because she's happy. She's an emotional woman, bless her heart. She's been like this since the day we met.
Aww.
You see, all the graduates from my son's class have come together. They're collecting signatures to save the persimmon tree.
That's so sweet.
They say the tree is a memorial to their former teacher. They don't want it to be cut down.
I thought you were Chihiro. Are you telling me now that you're Mitsuko? So I can see both. That's great.
It was the same for our son's funeral. Many of them showed up for it. It's been so many years since then, but they still remember him.
They've given their precious time for
Emotional.
our son.
Whee!
I don't know what to say. I'm so grateful.
You must be the one who called on them for this, right?
Nope. Wasn't me.
Don't pretend it's just us. You don't have to be so modest.
No, it literally wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
You're a samurai. A modern-day samurai.
You seem to think I'm the one responsible for the petition. You're showing considerable gratitude. I feel like we're growing closer. Is that rank 7 for them? Yeah.
Before you know it, you'll graduate and step boldly into adulthood. Don't forget about us, you hear?
I would never.
I'd love to grab a drink, you and me. But for now, you'll have to make do with this.
Oh, thanks for the cielo mist.
See you again soon.
No.
Why are we telling the dog no? What has he done wrong? He's done nothing wrong.
No means no.
No what?
It is time for Koromaru-san's solo patrol duty, commonly known as a walk.
Oh my gosh.
There were arrangements for Sanada-san to accompany Koromaru-san on his walk today. However, the scheduled time has passed,
and Sanada-san has yet to return. Koromaru-san's patience has reached its limit.
I'll take him.
Koromaru-san is requesting that you accompany him instead.
No problem.
Are you available to assist at the moment?
I am. Perfect timing.
You are what they call a lifesaver.
Let's go, buddy. Look how happy he is. Koromaru and I left the dorm to go for a walk.
A non-human persona user.
Oh.
Now that is certainly unique. However, my fascination lies more with you. Good evening. There's no need for hostility. Now is hardly the time. Let's have a little chat. Come along.
I don't know that I trust you, but sure, let's go. Doesn't seem to be hostile. What should we do?
What exactly are you waiting for?
All right, let's go. We have 2v1. We can take it.
Now then, I have a question for you. However, just demanding answers from you wouldn't be a very fair arrangement, now would it? I will answer one question of your own first. So, what do you want to know?
Why aren't you? Why do you not wear a shirt? Why? I could ask him some very real questions about, you know, what's his goal? Why are you getting in our way, etc. Like, what, you know, what are you getting at? Or I could ask him why he's not wearing a shirt.
My coat is invisible to fools.
Oh, he's wearing an invisible shirt. I see. You know what? No, that makes more sense.
But of course, I'm joking. What a surprise that you would rather ask about me instead of our group. Perhaps this is a sign that we may reach a mutual understanding.
Something like that.
In the beginning, we had no quarrel with you. Had you not decided to eliminate the Dark Hour, we wouldn't have had a reason to interfere. It is truly unfathomable. The power of a persona is a blessing granted only to us. Yet, you insist on ending the Dark Hour, knowing full well that your powers will be lost.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Answer me this. Why? Are you trying to protect the world from the shadows?
I can't just ignore him.
Is that truly how you feel?
Yeah.
In this country, almost 5,000 people die in car accidents every year.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Well, I mean, yes, you're stopping the shadows from killing people, but, you know, people die of other reasons too, and you don't stop that from happening, so, like, please. I'm an American. I hear this argument, like, several times a year about a different subject. It's fine.
And yet, there is no outcry against the existence of cars. Why do you suppose that is?
Oh boy. Current events sure is something, isn't it?
It is because we value our own convenience over the lives of others.
That's no, what? That's not how that works.
So then, why should we give up the powers we were bestowed?
Because those powers are actively causing people to die? Thank you. That logic makes no sense.
Do you know what a savior complex is?
Yes, and I think you have one.
You are being trapped by a misguided way of thinking. We have no obligation to sacrifice what is ours to save others. Giving up your own life to save others is simply a waste. Your reason for fighting is one of obsession.
You're wrong.
Do you continue to deny it because you can't accept the truth?
Boy.
There is no need to rush your decision. You should think carefully about it. We have been given a special power, and yours is particularly extraordinary. It's as if the Dark Hour has chosen you.
Sure.
Does it really make sense for you to reject this gift?
I feel like I'm not rejecting,
was
using
all I
the
had
gift.
to say.
I think he might be one of us. Yeah, I think so.
Tonight is a new moon. You have ample time to reconsider before the moon waxes full again.
Uh-huh. Folded paper.
With that, my debt to you is paid. Perhaps it might help you make up your mind.
Right.
Well then, I shall be going. I trust you'll have changed your tune by the next time we meet.
I don't think I will have, but you know, I appreciate you for trying. There's a folded up piece of paper, something written on it. The new gear has eased summoning, but we need to make new safety cartridges before handling them off to MK. The evoker weight is also an urgent matter. Fortunately, ample test subjects remain to... I returned to the dorm and reported what happened. I can't believe that Strega guy went to the shrine, too. And why was he half naked? Is it because it's summer?
Hello.
One of the neighbors of Strega seems to have taken an interest in you. Sometimes a malicious human being can be more dangerous than a shadow. If you should cross paths, I want you to be careful.
I have a suggestion.
Unlike the large shadows, it is difficult to predict when Strega will appear next. Today, apparently. Because I'm on the second floor. I'll be at the couch. If you'd like to go to Tartarus, look when you're there. Cool. We can go with Koromaru. I'm not sure what Koromaru is looking for today. We could also read a book. Continue reading that sci-fi novel. Help with my academics.
Sorry.
Not right now. What does Koromaru want to do? A pet brush is at Koromaru's feet. Wonder if this means he wants me to brush him. Well, I mean, I feel like I've got to look at him. He's so happy. He's the joy of my life. Maybe I should finish brushing him. Seems like Koromaru still wants me to keep brushing him. Keep brushing him then. Where should I brush next? Koromaru is patiently waiting for me to keep brushing. I love him so dearly. Koromaru brought me this balm of life. Is he thanking me for brushing him? Oh damn. Balm of life is kind of heat item. Thank you, Koromaru. Maybe I'll brush his coat again when I have the time. Mamoru, Yuko. I can't believe it. Summer break's almost over. Why's it gotta end? Haiku by Yuko Nishiwaki. The tournament zapped all my energy, so I think I'll recharge at the movies. I got tickets for an exciting one. Want to come with? Could raise my courage. Ooh, that could be handy. Worst boss fight of all time and everyone to do this shit again? Yeah, that's the Akumura arc in a nutshell. Did Merciless help? Was that the key you needed? Never realized how expensive clothes are. Yukari-san left out one of her magazines out, so I got curious and flipped through it. Some clothes look the same, but their price tags are totally different. Trendsetters sure have it hard, don't they? Yeah, Merciless, the difficulty is that if you hit weaknesses, it does 3 times as much damage. That's the challenge of Merciless. Which is really weird because it actually, in like some fights, it makes it happen for you too. So like if your opponent hits your weaknesses, it does 3 times as much damage. But like for that fight especially, it makes things so much easier. It's so hot. I want to eat something that's ice cold. Someone bring me ice cream, please. Dude, you are eating ramen. You're complaining about how hot it is and that you want to eat something cold, and you are eating ramen.
Let me think.
It's hot this place. Even outside of training, if this is the temperature where you don't make sure you're hydrated, you'll collapse. No, I think we're gonna go with Yuko to the movies to get our courage up.
Let's go find our seats.
This last pitch will mark the end of our summer. Focus. Give it everything you've got!
Everyone in the stadium fell silent. That final pitch was the hardest fastball of the day.
Did you see that? That's the result of all my training!
Yeah, man. I feel inspired by the athletes playing their absolute hardest.
Wow, wasn't that great? Now that's what youthful passion looks like.
Yeah.
It's getting dark. Let's head home.
Okay. Just saying goodbye to Yuko, I decided to head back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
Greetings. Next full moon will occur on September 5th. As such, we have approximately 2 weeks until our next mission. Hey, Icon, you want to go on a mission to get some ice cream?
Regarding that,
my records indicate that consumption of ice cream may lead to health risks detrimental to our ability to carry out operations.
Oh, hell no!
Also, I need everyone to know that for the past hour or so, Bree has been hyper-focused on doing math for fun. Teacher moment, truly. Also, why you gotta call her out like that? Damn.
I have a suggestion.
In correlation with the rising temperatures, Junpei-san requests are also on the rise. His requests have mainly centered around topics such as going to buy ice cream and lowering the air conditioner's temperature. If this continues, Junpei-san will become a lost cause. I will report this to Mitsuru-san at once. For Junpei. We can go with Yukari to make food. We can go play video games. I don't know if Tanaka or Mutatsu are available today, but we'll check. Somebody is. Blows my mind that anyone can do math for fun. Yeah, I mean, it depends on like what the math is, obviously, but yeah. I don't feel like it's that weird. Who's missing? Satsuki Onozuka. 9-4. Reported missing on 8/18 by her son and his wife. She vanished while dining out. Fun to actually work your brain. Yeah. House of the Deceased. Cool. Jack Frost doll. Play until I win a prize. We're gonna win a Jack Frost doll on the first try. Watch this. Brain will work on other things. Math can suck your tits. Fair enough. 5 times. You know, that's pretty much the first try. Alright, let's raise our courage. Maybe we'll be able to go with Fuka soon. Oh my gosh, Leaf! Thank you for the Prime Gaming for 14 months. For Gore. That's okay. I do that too sometimes. We can hang out with Fuka! Let's go! At long last, we can go speak to Fuka. Oh, Romaru? Huh,
Hey, have you seen Koro-chan?
Yeah, he just ran out the door.
Oh, just when I was about to brush him.
Maybe that's why he ran.
Is that bad?
Yukari.
Again. He likes to step out front every so often to get some sunlight.
Whew, thank goodness. Well, I guess it's not a big deal if he's just basking in the sun. Koro-chan would never bite or bark at people anyway.
Yeah.
I agree with you there. However, we still have the responsibility of being his owners. I don't want to restrict his freedom too much, but we still have to be mindful. I've been getting him to come back in whenever I notice he's gone out. Try to do the same if you ever happen to see him outside.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Koromaru. It's time to come in.
Responsibility, huh? Yeah, I guess that's true. He may be a Persona user, but he is still a dog.
Yes. If I see Koromaru outside, I should call out to him. Okay. Noted. Might go. Kaz wants to go see a movie. Courage. No. I just maxed my courage. So we're good on that front.
I have a theory.
The frequency of which the lost appear is a good measure of Shadow's strength. Casualties are currently on the rise, so we must remain ever vigilant. We can most likely expect more powerful enemies to appear in the future.
Yo.
It sounds like we're able to go to Tartarus tonight. But Mitsuru says she's going to pass. Some kind of business she has to take care of. Okay. Koromaru! What are you doing out here? Isn't it hot out here? Koromaru won't budge. I wonder if there's a reason he wants to stay out here. Maybe I can find out why if I spend some time with Koromaru. Yeah, let's do it. Look at him. He's just watching. Koromaru is eagerly watching all the people pass by.
Oh, is that you there, Koromaru? Do you remember me? I used to play shogi with the priest. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, dear. I'm sorry, but do you mind if I rest here for a bit?
Nah, by all means.
Much obliged. Sorry to bother you. Down we go. Years are catching up to me. Do you live here? In that case, I have to give you my thanks. So thank you for taking Koromaru in as your family.
My pleasure, truly.
A lot's been going on ever since the priest's accident.
Been summoned by Leaf. Doing statistics for fun. She told me that someone asked what type of math you were doing for fun. Yeah. No, see? That's fair. Leaf just being a hater. You keep doing your thing, Bree. I believe in you.
To tell you the truth, someone else was willing to take Koromaru in.
What was this person like?
Sweet and pleasant young lady. Koromaru took quite a shine to her. Only, well, he'd keep coming back to the shrine gate.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure what it was, but it seemed like he had some unfinished business.
You had a mental breakdown doing Persona maths with numbers. Leave you alone. Doing some quantitative statistical proofing. Ooh. I'm gonna take a stats class eventually. Is Pirate a stats book? Real. Real. Yo-ho, yo-ho, am I right?
And after that, no one else was able to take him in. However, if he's here now, I take it he achieved his goal then.
He saw it through.
I see, I see. I can't say I really understand, but if you do, then Koromaru must be happy. I believe that Koromaru's bright enough to choose where he wants to be. That means it must be his choice to be here with you. Be good to each other, will you?
We will.
All right, I've rested plenty. I'll get out of your hair before it gets too late. Oh, see, Daisy. Ow, ow, oh.
Have enough on your plate with discrete mathematics. That class sucks. Fair. Taking AP Stats as an adult for fun, knowing full damn well you've got a fucking 2 on the test in high school. Yeah, I think I got a 3 on the AP Stats exam. I think that was one of the few AP exams I actually did well on. Well, relatively, meaning I passed. Hurting his back from carrying too much. Let me carry your bags.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. I'd like that very much.
Permanent and I walked with the old man back to his place. Oh, hello.
You're in a good mood, Koro-chan. Did you go for a walk?
You helped? Ah, I see. I believe Koromaru-san wants to thank you.
Anytime.
He says, let's do it again.
Bestie. I think Koromaru appreciates it. I feel like my charm has increased after helping people with Koromaru. Neat.
Should we head in? It's almost Koro-chan's dinner time.
I'll be preparing your dinner today, Koromaru-san. I hope you look forward to it.
Aw. Maybe I'll take care of the dinner today. Don't worry about it, I guess. I got this. Enter the door, Mr. Koromaru. Calm down a bit. Don't understand any of these numbers? Yeah, they don't make sense. The AP testing numbers don't make sense. I'd like to ask you a question. Why do schools temporarily close during the summer? It's customary. I see. Then, after the allotted break period ends, school resumes. Comprehend. I can take Koromaru for a walk. I can go with Junpei to the roof and work on the plants, or I can go with Akihiko to watch a movie. Lots of people have been writing about the logs lately. We have to defeat the 4 remaining shadows and stop the damage they're causing society. About that too. The girl wrote about the suffering she experienced when she was one of the lost. And some guy posted that his parents were victims. More people are affected now. Congratulations, you won! Did that get your heart fluttering? Well, if you want to be successful in life, come see me. Where am I? Hint. How? Please do not reply to this message. Please contact us through the official inquiry portal at Amazing Commodities Corporation. Great. Yeah, we're gonna take Koromaru for a walk. Oh, Bunkichi!
Well, well, if it isn't this young man. You're quite a rascal taking to the streets at this hour.
Yeah, what can I say? Do you know me?
Who's the little one? Don't tell me you're a father.
I love Bunkichi so much.
Oh, looking closely, he's just a dog, isn't he? Cute little thing. That's when I decided to make a tray to keep my glasses from being misplaced. But now I have no idea where I put the tray.
Oh no. Okay.
Well, isn't he a ball of energy? I should take a cue from him and sprint my way home. With that,
I don't think you should.
Bid you adieu.
Furman and I return to the dorm. I love him. He's a funny guy. Almost time for the home shopping show.
It's amazing! I'm going to do it.
Tarp 2 of the home gardening set. Backed by popular demand, we have more seedlings to introduce this time.
Good.
First up, we have the Soul Spinach Sprout. And you get 2 of them. I recommend making boiled spinach when they've grown. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this buff potato sprout too. Guess how many? 3! All this for just 2,980 yen. Yeah. Had no idea it's been over an hour of just being hyper-focused on math. That's, yeah, I feel that. Hello, I'm here, but lurking. Enjoy your lurk.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Chihiro, why do you have to ask me to go on a Sunday? Why can't you ask me on like any other day of the week? I would have gone with you literally any other day except for today. But instead I had to go with like Yuko and Kenji and...
Excuse me.
There seems to be a theory that summer vacation is a measure to protect students from the heat. Despite this, schools resume in September. Temperature on August 1st was 29 degrees Celsius. The forecast as for September 31st is 31 degrees Celsius.
I have a suggestion.
Would it not make more sense for summer vacation to be implemented until October? You know, you got a point there. Not Junpei, talking nonsense again. Did the heat finally finish off his final brain cells? I guess I'll just leave him alone.
Hey.
The number of people falling victim to shadows is increasing again. We have to defeat the remaining 4 shadows, no matter what.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of people out there, huh? You know those gothic lolitas, right? They still dress themselves up from head to toe in frills, even in this heat. I saw one drawing this weird art in a notebook. Felt like she was living in a different world, dude. You should go back and see her again.
By the way,
Summer vacation is almost over, but I still have some homework left to do. I'll get back to it after a short break. Shrine. Do I have a sun persona? No, we're gonna go get one. Goodbye, Namata no Orichi. Goodbye. Farewell. It's been real.
marvelous.
As if your presence radiates a far brighter radiance than before. Perhaps all of your hard work is starting to show. Here, please, it may not be much, but this is my gift to you. Please accept it. Oh, Frank.
I'm looking forward to it. How may I assist you? This is your progress so far.
A sun persona. I have Yagaterasu, and that's it. Great.
Please take a look.
Yagaterasu it is.
So you'll be summoning this one? May it be your inner strength.
Do I have everything registered? Cool. Okay.
Are you finished?
Thank you.
We look...
Back to the shrine we go. Yakinari.
You.
Oh, it's nothing. Why don't you have a seat? This bench is too big for me alone.
Yeah.
Then this bench shall be our meeting place.
You're not like the others.
Why am I different?
I didn't expect to see you again. Usually, people don't come back. Nobody treats me like a normal person. Not even my friends or family. They all keep their distance and say, "Oh, what a poor soul." All they feel is pity and curiosity towards me. Sorry to disappoint them, but I'm not the poor soul they think I am. Dying isn't so bad, is it? What's the point of dragging out your time in this world anyhow?
Never thought about that.
They say that necessity is the mother of our industrialized society. And yet, fire does not realize that it's burning away. Not exactly foolishness, but sad nonetheless. Thank you for coming today. You seem different from the rest. I'm not sure I know how to describe it exactly, but you don't look on me with pity the way everyone else does.
Miki seems intrigued by me. Like our relationship is stronger.
Damn it. What did I do to deserve this body? I hope we can meet again.
Parted ways with Kamiki and headed back to the dorm.
Hello.
Come back. Pattern stays consistent. The cases of apathy syndrome will soon be on the rise. Shame, since it's your summer vacation. Shadows don't take breaks. Yes, what's the matter? Oh, you think that I don't know anything about fashion because I'm a researcher, right? I do.
No, I suppose not.
Well, I'll have you know that I'm as fashionable as anyone. However, my profession has me cooped up all the time, so I don't have many opportunities to dress up. You wear the same thing every day, without fail. We can go with Koromaru, we can go with Aigis, we can read with Mitsuru. He doesn't even touch his homework. He keeps saying that he wants to go to Tartarus instead. Talk about escapism.
Alright.
Homework is insignificant compared to Tartarus. We must unlock our hidden potential to defeat the evil shadows. Yes, we have an important mission. I think homework is also an important mission. Yeah, and I'm sure Senpai would agree.
Oh, right.
Exploring Tartarus and defeating shadows are both important, but so is doing summer homework. In fact, doing homework may even be more of a priority because of the due date. Exactly. Did you get that, Junpei? Of course I did. Who do you think I am? Alright, you got me? Yeah, I haven't even started. No, true. Stop, don't look at me with such disappointment in your eyes. We read with Mitsuru. I've already read most of the books. Oh, are you here to look for a book too? The ones in this section are a little difficult though. Do you have a book to read? If you'd like, I can lend you something from my collection. Yeah, let's do that.
In that case...
Alright, I'll go grab a book for you.
I didn't put a lot of thought into what books I brought. I just took whatever caught my attention. I apologize. I should have asked what your preferences were beforehand. If you don't mind my asking now, what kinds of books do you usually read?
I love novels.
Oh, do you now? I'm partial to historical fiction myself. I actually read a lot of it.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. You do feel like a person who would be very into historical fiction.
I'm rather fond of novels. All you have to do is turn the page to experience another person's life. That reminds me, Yamagishi mentioned liking novels as well.
True.
I never inquired further, but maybe she'd make for a good reading partner. Incidentally, the books I brought today are things like biographies and history books. I can attest that they're all worthwhile reads. Rather accessible ones, too.
Great.
I hope you find them to your liking.
Brown, chicken, brown, meow, chicken, brown, chicken, brown, chicken,
You're
brown,
really
meow.
tearing through the pages. I'm impressed by your focus.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm diving into a world unknown. My academics have improved. Surely rank 5 now, right?
It's
We're
nice
never
to
gonna
spend
hit
some
rank
time
5. It's
reading
never
quietly
happening.
together like this.
It's so Jover.
Thank you. That made for a relaxing evening. Well then, it's about time we return to our rooms. Good night.
I will allow it. Because that's correct. Oh. Shinji.
You just don't know when to give up, do ya?
I'll come back as many times as I need to. I don't give up that easy.
And my answer will be the same every time. I'm not going back.
Actually, we got a new team member. Did you know animals can use personas too?
Wait, what'd you just say?
Yeah, it's a dog.
He's a dog. He lost his master to the shadows 6 months ago. And he's incredibly loyal too. Up until now, he's been guarding the spot where his master was killed. It's been rough for him, but he's making the most of it.
Huh? Oh, it's Sonata-san. Huh? Who's he talking to? I wouldn't want to butt in.
We saw someone die right before our eyes, too. It'll be 2 years this October. How long are you gonna beat yourself up over that? That's why you're always behind the station. Even though you don't actually hang out with anyone there.
Doesn't matter. It was my fault. Nothing's ever going to change that. What does it matter if I come to terms with it? Won't change the past. This isn't like it was with your sister. What happened to Miki was different.
Shinji.
It's over now. I just want to forget it ever happened.
2 years ago? No.
I don't think you were supposed to hear about that, Ken.
It's him. So, his name is Shinji.
The festival is for 1 more week. I should invite someone from the dorm to go with me. Who can I invite with me to the film festival? Hey, Yukari. Another hot day. Maybe I'll stay inside today. I'm actually gonna go to the film festival with her friend, but now she says she can't go. I'm honestly kind of looking forward to it. It's kind of a bummer. Okay. Maybe it came down with heat exhaustion like Junpei-kun. Doesn't seem like she's in the mood to go to the movies. When formatting is tricky, you'll have to do some research. She's busy, she's not in the mood.
If I may speak.
Very busy at the moment. You should relax during summer vacation. That is what I was told. Thus, I am devoting all available processes to relaxation. I'm serious, I should leave her be. Hey, bud. Koromaru seems lively today. Should I invite him to the film festival? We'll go with Yukari today, because I don't think she'll be available other days. Oh, you wanna go? Sorry, I wasn't trying to guilt you into taking me or anything. But I do hate going alone, so yeah, let's go.
The Willpower series. I was planning on seeing this with a friend from my club. I thought it might help motivate us. You might think it's kind of cheesy, though. Now I'm not so sure about this.
Come on, show me some guts! Push your limits! You swore you'd take us to nationals! And then the big leagues,
I know this
World
thing.
Series, and then the Olympics! That was our promise!
I'll never forget. I'm gonna make it. I won't stop running till I reach the sunset.
Is this an arena theme? I think this might be a Persona 4 arena theme. That's a fun reference. It sounds like it. Hot-blooded sweat is flying across the screen. Learn that with enough willpower, you can overcome anything. Academics are still not going up. They're never going to go up. We'll never be smart.
That was awesome. We were in there for a while, but it went by so fast. I guess there really are times in life where you gotta push yourself through with sheer willpower. But I'm still young. I haven't really done anything that crazy just yet. Oh, wow, it's getting late. How many movies did we watch?
Probably several.
We saw the baseball one, the judo one, the boot camp one. Oh, right, even shot put.
That's a lot of movies.
The shot put stuff kind of lost me, but the scenes after that with the main guy running were so good. Oh, I cried my eyes out when he did the 100 handstands into the sunset.
When he did what now? What kind of... Elaborate on what kind of movies we just watched, please.
Getting weird, huh? Anyway, I'm getting hungry. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere before heading back?
So we go back and join Hikari. What kind of movies did we watch today?
Welcome back.
Just one more week and then summer vacation will be over. We've been so busy, but I don't think I've ever had a summer vacation that was so fulfilling before. Let's keep having fun these last few days and try not to let the summer heat bother us too much.
By the way,
the agility of Koromaru-san's Persona is part of its charm. It is most likely because Koromaru-san is fast himself. I now understand why his walks are so rigorous as well. Modest-kun seemed a bit lethargic. I wonder, could it be heat exhaustion since it's really hot lately? Gunpei wants to read. And is in his room? He's in his room, isn't responding. Okay. Yeah, I think today's a good day to go to Tartarus. Let's go rescue that person who fell in. What's everyone's status? Akihiko can't go tonight. That's okay. Let's go to Tartarus. Yep. That's fine. Alright, where is this person?
Marvelous.
Is the power growing within me? Yeah, okay.
I'm looking forward.
How may I assist you? About missing persons.
I can sense it.
Between floors 100 and 104.
Very
Great.
well then.
I guess.
Excuse me.
Come with me. Thank you. Yukari. Come with me. Thank you. Koromaru. Come with me.
Excuse me.
$4.99. Perfect.
Uh-huh.
There's a person nearby. It must be one of those missing people who wandered in here. Getting signal from floor 101. Let's hurry.
Let's give this our best shot.
And then hopefully I can get a Twilight Fragment chest in here somewhere. Actually, one of the partial floors count because I know I ran out of Twilight Fragments.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Find a locked treasure chest. Oh, perfect. Twilight Fragment.
There's no building this tall in reality, is there? The exact height of the... Yeah, I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Goodbye.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there. Now then, resuming exploration.
It's a good, yeah, you're a good one to have in the front. Perfect.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind attention next time!
For an electric shock.
Electric fire. Get him, Goro.
Such a giant tower. 2 enemies.
What to do?
I'm not saving SP for anything. We're not going to be here very long today.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Disturbing the peace.
Koromaru-san seemed...
My eyes. Perfect. So, lock opens. Perfect.
That's our way up. Good boy, Koro-chan.
Hit the clock. I think so. I can still choose Akihiko even though I don't have him with me today. That's interesting. We'll take Junpei, we'll take Mitsuru.
Welcome back.
I'm feeling that I could do especially well. Yep. I got you. Junpei, I'm gonna have you swap with Yukari. Guru, I'm going to have you swap with Aegis. Look. Yukari is 41, but just leveled up to it. I'm also 41. Aegis is 41. Koromaru is 40. Perfect. Yep. Resume from floor 100.
All clear to proceed. Koro-chan spotted the enemy!
Hold on. Wait. I switched. Wrong. Fucked up. I didn't bring Junpei with me. How did I... Well, that's awkward. That's fine. We'll be going back down on the next floor. We'll go up from here, and we'll be teleported back down until we find the person on the next floor.
Koro-chan spotted the enemy!
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert.
Shadow sighted. Initializing combat mode. Looks like you're still full of energy.
4,000 yen. Okay.
Enemy spotted. Awaiting orders. Treasure chest identified.
Action Sutra. There's
Is
our
that
person.
a missing person? Let's get them to safety.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Alright, grab them, take them out. Go together, switch with Aegis. There we go. Koromaru, Mitsuru, Junpei. Perfect. There's nobody else here.
Good day.
Yeah.
Very well.
Perfect.
We're counting on you, Koromaru.
Koro-chan spotted the enemy!
What to do?
Drop them. Goodbye.
That's a win for the team!
It's over.
Good job, everyone!
Oh yeah! You move!
Fire break. Give it a bash. Blade of Fury. Weak slash damage to all foes, 2 to 4 hits.
Good. This'll make me more effective in battle.
Bufala. Drop Bufala. Base boost. Okay, well, we can drop Mabufu price boost. There we go. Let me get their shit figured out here. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Poor Akihiko. He's the one who got left behind this time because he wasn't available today. He'll be back up in no time. That's a nice thing about this mechanic is you can actually like afford to use all of the characters. Ice Week.
You called?
It's all you.
I'll take it from here. I'm ready. Too late for you now. Just 2 more. The enemy's like
Take him out, Mature.
out of my sight.
Give me.
C'est magnifique. That was.
Okay, yeah, it's something, all right.
That might prove to be a difficult fight.
What is
The enemy looks tough.
Dark. Heck. What if we? Unfortunate.
I'll hit them where it hurts. Go for it. Hephaestus!
Let's see.
I believe in you, Koromaru. This time for sure. Let's go, Koromaru. That's my boy.
Good job, Koro-chan. Now let's get back to exploring. That's her.
All right, squad, move out. Yo, there's a
there's a.
I'll start preparing the analysis.
Reach the dark. Convenient. Queen Med. Let's see.
You looked really cool out there, Koro-chan.
Whew. Seems like a good time for a break.
Huh? Weren't you really motivated just now?
Nah, it'll be fine. Try.
Excellent.
The enemy looks tough.
See? Told you it'll be fine. Goodbye.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
Never in doubt.
Good job, Koro-chan.
Koromaru got us covered. The Monad door. There's a weird enemy, and there's a locked treasure chest, and there's a teleporter down. Really got it all. Oh, hey, there's the Monad door.
We've got a long climb ahead of us. Normally, we'd need to bulk up for this expedition.
Well, in that case, I say we get sushi. What? No bueno?
Oh my god, Junpei. Yeah, can you,
Yes.
Let's do this. Follow my lead.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Never mind.
I'm ready. Head this
Can't stop me now.
Get it back, Toro. Ooh, that almost killed me.
You dodged it! That's our leader!
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Does it? All right. No shadows detected.
Obtain more items from enemies and objects until you leave Tartarus. The day of your next daily activity, social stats will increase more than usual. We're about to leave, so let's do this. And then tomorrow we can go do something, hopefully, to increase our intelligence. Because we'll probably go to the movies, actually, tomorrow, so that's actually perfect. We've got a chest over there, and that's the only thing left on the floor. We can go up to the next floor. It should be fully mapped out.
We don't see that kind of chest up.
Huh?
Two enemy
Excuse the fuck out of you?
Just stay
What do you
calm.
mean, enemy advantage?
You've been knocked down! Fire won't work. Be careful.
Wind. Ah, that's good.
Now you've done it.
Eureka Senpai's back on her feet.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
I'll show you. That's one fewer enemy. Keep it up, Eureka.
Dead. Don't worry about it.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone. Good job, Kuroji.
Flash boost. Cool.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
There's 3 chests on this one. Okay.
It's a
Onyx times 3. Awesome. Stab brooch. Right you are.
That one looks...
Bonk.
I won't miss my
Enemy
chance.
looks tough.
He tries.
I'll hit them where it hurts. I'll show you.
Let's see.
I'll go with.
effective here.
Oh, you're dizzy. Fuck it. We'll keep trying. Nice.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
All right, let's be on our way.
Snuff Soul. Hey, that's handy. Nothing on the floor. Go to the next one. It should be a border floor. Take this teleporter, go to 117, I think was the one that we had a treasure chest that I couldn't open. I didn't have enough fragments for it.
Don't your bangs get in the way? You should just shave it all off, like me.
If your hair were as short as Iori's, it'd dry more quickly, too.
Oh. Floor. I just remember being out of fragments for one of the chests.
Dude, ain't that a rare chest?
Sexy armor. I hope that's for me. Not for me. It's for Mitsuru. Of course it is. Oh. Right you are. Okay. Right you are. Okay then. They just renamed it something else. At least it's a cosmetic and not an actual armor piece this time.
Good day. Very well.
Anything to do with you? Am I particularly close to level up? No, not at all. Okay, great. Let's skedaddle.
Oh, hello.
Summer vacation will be over soon. The film festival is almost over too. Maybe I should invite someone from the dorm to go with me. Come to think of it, the crops I planted on the rooftop should be ready to harvest by now. God, I have so many thoughts in this brain of mine. Meat, veggie, meat. So true. Tomatoes. Cool. Let's plant those. Did I not get the... Didn't I get SP something or other? Or has that set not come in yet? Gardening might have not been delivered yet. We'll do another healthy tomato then. I got it from the Home Shopping Show, but I don't think it's been delivered yet. Now that I think about it. Hey, Akihiko.
Yeah.
Look bored. Not that I can claim any different. Actually, I want to switch up my workup plan. The heat is killing me. The temperature kind of may help me grow even more. If I can go with Akihiko.
Oh yeah!
All those movies were great, but more importantly, there was air conditioning. I'm kidding. I really had fun. Thanks for inviting me. Busy. Okay, we can go with Akihiko or Koromaru. I think we're gonna go with Akihiko. As much as I love Koromaru.
Go.
You look bored. Did you finish your homework? Well, you're one up on Junpei. Alright. Film festival, huh? I didn't know about it until Junpei told me. Come on, let's go.
So today's theme is the Hidden Fist Martial Arts series.
This is probably gonna raise my courage, is the unfortunate thing here.
Somehow, I get the feeling we're gonna see a lot of cliches in here. Oh well, let's check it out.
Which will not be very useful, but it's fine.
Red 3. This can't be. You should have already reached your limit. How are you still standing?
Limits exist to be broken. Now, witness my ultimate technique! Goenji Rekka Shinken! Final form!
Ah, such an impressive ability. But it is I who shall prevail.
So true. Also, as someone wise once said, rules are in fact made to be broken. Yippee! I got extra courage points for my maxed out courage. Yippee!
Did you see that move? His hands were on fire. And the way he jumped so high, it looked like he was suspended from the ceiling. I guess that's why they call it wire fu, huh?
I guess so, huh?
But from what I saw, I didn't really spot any specialized training.
Oh, darn.
They won't give up their secrets that easily. Must be why it's called the Hidden Fist.
You'll get them someday, Akihiko.
I've got to train even harder. All right, I'm gonna do squats on the monorail the whole way back.
I will sit the next car over. You do that, I'll cheer you on. But also sit like far enough away that it doesn't look like we're together. Oh hey, there's my seeds.
Welcome back. By the way,
During summer vacation, it seems students are subjected to summer homework. From what I have heard, it takes tremendous amount of mental strength to power through this. Thus, it is only natural that people cannot complete it, or so Junpei-san says.
Salut.
I hate to say this, but the number of the lost is increasing. You want to start getting ready for the next battle. Now that Koromaru has joined us, you may want to consider devising some new tactics.
Oh?
Finally, the end of August. Once school starts back up again, you won't have much time for anything else. If you have anything you need to do, they better take care of it now. Naka. Zuko's on the second floor. He wants to read books, I assume. Yeah. If I could read with Fuka, I could go with any of these people. I need to do something that raises the social stat to take advantage. Let me see what the games are. The games will give me more than hanging out with any of them. Courage. Unfortunate. Proud of it, Katsu. Alright, I guess we're going with one of them. I guess we'll go with Fuka for intelligence. Or we could go with... Is Yukari's charm or courage? I don't remember. But I know summer's the best time to release stress, but you gotta use your common sense. These kids think the inside of my cab is a karaoke studio or something. Tell them off. Nah, it ain't my place to lecture somebody else's kid. No matter how bad their manners stink, as long as they're on that seat, they're my customers. Yukari, what stat do you raise? Charm.
Yes! We're finally at the last episode. I wonder how it's going to end. You know, about this series, I mentioned before how it caught my attention, but I was afraid it might be too scary for me.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I watched it. Guess it's important to break out of your comfort zone sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you ever try watching things from genres you don't normally get into?
Actually, yes. Our intelligence, we'll get there. If we get enough charm, we'll unlock Yukari's link though. So like we're still working on all of them. Bring it on.
Oh, wow. I could learn a thing or two from you. Trying out all kinds of shows seems like a good way to find hidden gems. Watching this together made me realize how much I appreciated the main character.
I also think we get a buff here. I think she gets like an outright buff by the way
like
it
how
was
she can't turn
said.
a blind eye to people in need and extends her hand to almost anyone. And of course the way she kept pressing forward no matter what happened. It was so inspiring. Come to think of it, isn't she just like you?
Yeah, what can I say? I'm also pretty awesome.
That might be a stretch. Remember how I told you about that girl I was close to who started ignoring me one day? It's not like I did anything to make her hate me. We'd been friends for a long time, but one day out of the blue, she just said, "My mother told me I can't play with you anymore."
Oof.
It's because there were rumors floating around about my parents. I kind of get it now, looking back, but at the time, I was just sad. What I'm trying to say is...
Makoto romance game is over, GG. Damn, you romanced 2 people? That's crazy. I could never. Wow.
This show made me realize I'd like to be a little more like the main character. I want to be the kind of person who'd help anyone at any time. Someone who's kind and strong. It might be silly to say I look up to a fictional character, but there's no harm in following her example. At least that's what I think.
Hikari's been inspired by the protagonist of the show we watched on DVD. Oh. Healing Master reduces the SP cost of recovery skills to 50% of the... Ooh. God damn. Okay, Yukari was already like, you know, a goated healer. Oh my god. I'm gonna romance like 5 people. Wow. Unlock combat characteristics. Combat characteristics have passive effects that will automatically activate during battle. Your party members each have unique combat characteristics which become available as you deepen your bonds. Select status from the X menu to see further details for a party member's combat characteristics under theurgy.
Oh, the last episode's starting.
Makoto on Takemi, Kasumi, Kawakami. Wow. Wow. Can't believe you. Your day of reckoning is soon at hand.
That ending was so good. I hope they'll make a sequel.
You can continue their links without romancing them. You can just be friends with them. This isn't Persona 3. You don't have to romance every female character. Max Charm, baby!
I'll bring more DVDs I'm curious about next
Consider
time.
love is cool. You know what? Fair enough.
Oh, it's about time we head back to our rooms. Have a good night, okay?
What's up, Sudoku? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Should you be attempting to sleep? Imagine. Imagine that. Summer vacation will be over soon. The film festival is almost over too. Maybe you should invite someone from the dorm to go with me. Hereby vow. Yeah. Fair. Got a few messages. Guess who's bored? Let's hang out. Okay. Hey, you free? Yeah. After you romance Makoto, you just avoided the other girls. So valid.
I have a suggestion.
Mara-san has an intense desire to go somewhere. Furthermore, it appears that if he does not go today, he will not be able to go at all. Please listen to Koromaru-san's request. We'll spend some time with Koromaru. Yes, I will. I'm gonna talk to everybody else first. Do you have any ideas for a new workout plan? Need to figure out a way to dish out punches like the ones in the movie. Then I was thinking hard about it. I should leave him alone.
By the way,
Mata looks pretty down. Is it the heat or something? Because it's supposed to be in the yard playing with their dog. There's no backyard here, though.
Nice.
Oh, but we do have a dog. We can be playing with him right now. She's so small. Yeah, she's tiny. She is baby.
I have a suggestion.
I do not believe for a second that she's 5 foot. I do not believe that for a second. She's like 4'10". Furthermore, it appears that if he does not go today, he will not be able to go at all. Yes. Koromaru-san is very happy. I, in turn, am happy for Koromaru-san. That's 5? Yeah, no, I know that's her official height, but... Koromaru can't wait any longer. I tried to enter the movie theater with Koromaru. I insisted Koromaru was just a stuffed doll, but managed to take me out. It's okay, buddy. Koromaru seems disappointed. Koromaru seems sad. I promise Koromaru I bet the DVDs for him when it's released. He's so cute. I'm very happy. After working Koromaru, I decided to go back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
Hi, how was your day? It was getting very hot in the dorm. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if we think of it like a sauna.
Excuse me.
Summer vacation will end soon, and school will resume session. This poses a problem. I will not be able to stay by your side when you are at school. That is worrisome. What should I do? There's not going to be a full moon after vacation ends. Prepare yourself for it.
By the way,
Mata-san's only supposed to stay at the dorm for the summer, right? I guess that means he'll be heading home soon. Even though he wasn't here for very long, it's gonna be sad to see him go.
By the way,
Just going like, let's the date for real. So funny. It's worth being Polly. You know what? Fair enough. No. I'll give you that. He's got heat exhaustion. Poor kid. Kids his age should be outside playing, you know? Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Just because it's hot out doesn't mean it's the reason to skip training. So, for Tartarus, if you're gonna go, give me a shout, alright? I can.
well,
I always thought there was something I had to do. The more I thought about it, the more hesitant I became. But I've made up my mind. Next chance, I'll do it.
Yes.
I'll get it done for sure. You do that, buddy. You got it, Chief. God, there's nobody today. Maybe we go back into Tartarus today and get Aki leveled. That'll put everyone on even-ish footing. Everyone can go tonight. Perfect.
Yes.
You're even shorter than you realized? Oh no. Appears to have a special little guest today. In between its jaws, it's clenched a fragment that emitted a curious blue light. I believe it's likely to be on floor 88. Okay, cool. That works perfectly, actually. We'll just keep the squad together for now. Floor 88 is where we're headed.
Let's move out. Everyone stay alert.
You can do it, Koro-chan!
I believe in Koro as well. That's my goat.
My sword skills got a mad upgrade, don't you think?
It's a unique sword style, certainly, but it truly reflects your personality.
That's for sure.
It's our chance to go first.
No idea what to reach to, but Koromaru's just gonna crit, so it doesn't matter.
Koro-chan knocks one down.
What can I say?
One target remaining.
One enemy defeated. Keep going, Kirito-senpai.
It's over. Better be.
Good job, Koro-chan. Now let's get back to exploring.
I know my goat.
Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Like a clown.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Three targets. They won't know it hit them.
Pierce. Ooh, that's awkward. I managed to leave both Yukari and Aegis behind.
We're not out of this yet.
One
Not
enemy
so very strong,
eliminated.
so it doesn't really matter, but...
Alright.
Hit all Pierce? Pierce. I know he has Pierce, I don't know if he hit all.
You've got this.
Nope, his is also torn shot. Outnumbered.
That's it. Up enemy down.
Let's go. This guy's the last of
Knock it out, Yori.
Here's go.
Knock him. Take him down. God, this is nothing. Just give me money.
Just see
I'm on
that.
such a low floor that it's not giving me anything relevant, but...
You looked really cool out there, Koro-chan.
Oh, there's a Monad door.
It's our chance to go first. Two enemies.
Come on.
Take
Sorry.
them.
Please be Koromaru. You were too. Electra.
Hey, pick me.
Got it. What to do? Better be one.
Amazing.
Get ready.
The level of your currently equipped persona will increase by 1. That doesn't help me very much because I'm probably not keeping my currently equipped persona for much longer. Fortunately, I switched to a different persona. Otherwise, it would have been pretty helpful. Having Captain Kid is not the dub.
I left you in charge of our supplies, and you've done a fine job.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm
Thanks
goated.
for all you've done. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Yeah, I got you. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, hello. Yes.
Perfect.
You're getting a nice steak after this.
Oh! That's all I need to hear.
That about does it. No shadows detected.
Yeah.
Oh,
hopefully we can get something that will boost our intelligence tomorrow. That's the only stat we have left to get up. forgetting, there is a treasure chest. Out.
I think Koro-chan found something.
Works. The next one.
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert.
Still no locked treasure chest. A little unfortunate. We've gotta find one of those before we leave tonight. That's the entire reason we came here in the first place. Clear water. Nothing else here. Go to the next one. There's one. Perfect.
Oh, there's a treasure chest. We've caught them by surprise. They won't know it hit them. Weak to piercing. Try arrows or bullets. Koro-chan knocked one down. Enemy eliminated. Good work, Koro-chan. Her leader took one out. That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Yeah! Who's up next?
If we're avoiding enemies going forward, take care they don't ambush us from behind.
They would never.
Hey! Ain't that one rare?
Oh.
A rare enemy. It'd be great if we can defeat it.
Shall I move to strike? Go for it! Professor Leia!
For real?
Big move, Koro-chan. Enemy eliminated. Good point, Koro-chan. Keep it up, everyone.
Koromaru.
Her leader took one out.
Oh. My dog ran away.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Poor Garo.
Yeah! Who's up next?
Oh, do I not get one today? That's unfortunate. Is it once per full moon that you get it?
We don't see that kind of...
I'm not still fully understood.
They won't know it hit them.
You're weak to flash. You're just dying, and you're stupid. Koromaru, kill this man for me. Thank you.
Koro-chan knocked one down. Koro-chan knocked one down. Wow, they're all so powerful.
Oh.
Oh no! You've got to get up somehow! That about does it. It's over. No shadows detected. Good job, Koro-chan. Now let's get back to exploring.
I don't have enough fragments for you. Well, that's too bad.
We found the stairs.
You
One more floor till we get to the castle.
It's a treasure.
Okay, which point then I can come back to that chest, I guess, hypothetically.
I won't
I
miss
doubt
my
it'll be
chance.
anything
Darkness
terribly
seems
worth it.
effective here.
You know what? Fuck it, we ball.
Enemy eliminated. Good point, Gro-chan.
Isn't this Power World's newest update? Yeah.
I'm still
Absolutely.
setting up. It'll take a little more time. I'm still setting up.
I'm in the dark.
It'll take a little more
Use
time.
white. Mitsuru.
I hear you. This
Maybe?
will do the trick. Head this way. What's the plan here?
Kill them.
Don't hold back.
What's next?
Okay. You know what? We're just testing things.
Last one.
What to do?
Finish this.
Wind. Nope.
That's a win for the team.
Might be right, honestly. Our problem right now with this comp is that we have 4 slash users and no other type of physical. Graphics, I love the visuals in this game. Forgot to put your yeah, that might be advised. Put it back to normal. Cat found.
Okay. Oh, there's a treasure chest.
The 88th floor. It sounds like we've made a lot of progress. I get the feeling we still have a long way to
True,
go.
we've made it up to like 120. Why are we impressed by the 88th floor? We have actually made it significantly further. Cat.
What? Yes.
3 Twilight Fragments. Thank you. Much needed.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Marvelous.
Another
I'm
Twilight
looking
Fragment
forward
there.
to it.
It's you.
Very
You're
well.
in Tartarus. Look at you go.
Oh, hello.
Summer vacation will be over soon. The film festival is almost over too. Cool. We can invite somebody because we got a temperance card again, so we can invite somebody to the film festival. Hopefully, somebody that will increase my intelligence. BB. Oh, I'm okay. I guess.
Excuse me.
Merely standing in one spot does not seem to count as relaxing. Tomorrow I am observing everyone's. Today I am observing everyone's actions. Tomorrow I might relax in a correct manner. Busy. Gotta hurry or miss the trailers. I gotta grab some grub first, so I'll keel over on the way there. Catch some flicks. Wanna tag along? Junpei is not gonna raise my intelligence.
By the
I
way,
apologize, Junpei.
Jeez.
Sorry. My bad.
What?
Whatever, I'm gonna try to do my homework. I can't even focus on the heat. Okay, sorry, Junpei. You're not gonna help me. Hey, bud. Armor is full of energy. Absolutely flattered. Aston scored a 5 on your first practice round. Not as clinically stupid as you thought. Let's go, Bree. she's smart. You love to see it. Hello, gamer student. Machines have some peculiar quirks. The crane's claw is close to the player, so the opening and closing motions are limited. Okay. I guess I can't force people to care. Here's his charm. Hey, yo, what's good, Chris? How you doing? Yeah. Okay. I ordered the Prodigy platter. Feel a little smarter. Oh.
IFR haven't been here in so long. I wasn't subscribed anymore. That is so embarrassing.
So embarrassing.
Make sure to use a Twitch Prime, if you have one that is, to not only avoid the same mistake as me, but to show support to your favorite content creators. Mine being...
We'll never know whose Wyatt's is. It could be anyone. It's so true, Wyatt. How are you? Thank you for the 31 months. The cutoff right at the name is so funny. Went to a Brazilian steakhouse. Oh, absolutely. I have not been to one in like 7 years, but like, holy fuck. Ooh. That shit hits. You walk out of there feeling like, you know, you have eaten about 3 times what you should have, but like, it's so worth it.
I see you're back.
Been dealing with this heat every day. It's actually a good temperature for exercise. Sympathetic nervous system gets more active in heat, so the effects on training increase. These kind of conditions are perfect for training in Tartarus. How about it? We just went. We literally just went. I wasted a day going to Tartarus for you, for your sake. You didn't even get anything out of it. Place near us is all you can eat with these like little cards. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It hits, but it's also like, oh my god. I'm in distress. Once you get back home, it's like, ooh. Korean barbecue is the same way, yeah. You know, you eat it and it's like fucking, it's bomb as hell, and then you leave and you're like, God, why did I eat so much? Tatsu's here today. No new internet link. Got back from TMEA earlier this week. Experience was, as a whole, was very surreal. Being able to perform there, I can imagine. Yeah, that's so sick, though. Now you've just been catching up on homework and whatnot. Also been playing Infinite Fusion. How's that going? I know they added a bunch of new shit. It was never enough for me to like want to go back and like stream it again, but like I know they added a bunch more Pokemon and stuff. We're just gonna go hard on academics here. Dude, surely. We're finally level 5 at long last. With all the food, you just ignore the price of it. Truly, you get enough. You get what you're paying for and then some. And that's all I can ask for.
It's me. Sorry for interrupting, but do you have a moment to talk?
Sure. Be right there.
Good morning. The chairman is visiting again tonight. When the time comes, let's all meet up in the command room.
People go ego burr. Truly.
I'll see you then.
Venus team is kind of nice. You want cute strong mons, not angry strong mons. Real, honestly. Should I go out in the snowstorm this weekend for some Korean barbecue? Place won't be crowded. Would be worth. Let's get the strip mall. North Memorial.
Yo.
How you been? I've been in top form. I get 30 laps around this area, but now I'm starving. Sweet, let's grab some grub. I'm in the mood for some meat today.
All right, I'm getting fancy today and adding an egg to my order.
Whoa, man. Whoa, let's not get too crazy here. Okay, whoa, man. Adding a whole egg? Like, whoa. He's feeling crazy.
Whew, that hit the spot. You get a lot of bang for your buck here. Man, I can't remember the last time I had such a fresh egg. Maybe I should get some for them, too.
Who's them?
Oh, my siblings. Got 4 younger ones. Our apartment's pretty small, though, so we're packed like sardines.
Sounds like fun.
There's never a dull moment. You want to come over sometime? Might be fun, as long as the floor doesn't collapse.
I would hope it doesn't. I would hope it can hold 5 people on it.
But you know, back then, it was a lot more... I never mentioned this, but... my father died 5 years ago. We were told his car fell off a cliff. I'm not fishing for sympathy or anything. I just thought you should know.
There's a Korean barbecue place with all-you-can-eat sushi as well near me for only $30. Holy shit. That sounds good as hell. Hot pot also. I think I've only had hot pot at a Korean barbecue place once, and it was with y'all. But that shit slapped. Underrated. It's really good.
Whoa, it's already this late? The preschool's gonna be letting out soon. See ya.
Good to see everyone's here.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, come on in.
Excuse me. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Hey, Ken.
Amada-kun?
I'm fucking crazy, but it's best enjoyed when it's chilly. Spitting. To where you're at. What's the temperature like there? Because it's been like, it's not like cold here, but it does kind of dip low in like the evenings. Like it's what? It's 40 here right now. But it's like, it's not like cold, but it is like dipping a little bit. 24 right now. Jesus.
Based on our testing results, we've confirmed he has more than enough potential. So I decided to call this meeting to introduce him to the rest of the squad.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, he's only in elementary school. And besides...
this feels like a bad idea.
What?
Just in general.
We've already confirmed he has the potential. With training, he should be a valuable asset to the team.
Pho also goes absolutely mad. One of your friends from uni owns a local joint that does amazing vegetarian pho. And these spring rolls are so good. They also serve boba. Ooh. Not terrible, but earlier in January it was in the negatives. Yeah. Pho, yes. Correct. Like pho, but I'd still choose ramen. Agree. I'm with you on that one. I like both, but I would choose ramen first. Pho. Pho. No. I'm allowed to pronounce things as incorrectly as I so choose. Always.
Did he say he was okay with this?
Actually, it was my idea to join. I feel like I can help too, and I think I finally understand why I have this power.
As you can see, it was his own decision.
Looking forward to working with you. I'll try not to get in anyone's way.
Yeah.
I look forward to working with you as well.
Don't push yourself, okay?
Thank you. I'm hoping to learn a lot.
Hey, don't worry, kid. We got your back. It might get tough, but you gotta work hard and stick with it.
Understood.
Yet another new ally has joined. Ken Amada. He seems very level-headed for an elementary school student. As a team leader, I need to give him proper support.
Senpai!
I'll be joining Seas as of today. Promise to do my best.
In that case...
He seems very determined. Normally, I would think he's a great addition to Seas. His age worries me, though. We'll need to keep a close eye on him.
Fantastic.
Very impressed with Amada-kun. He's quite brave for his age. He used to be a real scaredy cat when I was in elementary school. I'd run crying if a bee even came near me. Yeah, that tracks, actually.
Well done.
If you ask me, it's just like Akutsuki-san said. Amada has a strong will. Even if he is just a kid, I guess his determination's the real deal. I'll eat the ramen first, but you won't ignore... Yeah, exactly. I got you. I'm in the same boat. Like, I would choose one over the other, but like... I mean... Amada-san really, the spear is his weapon of choice. Oh yeah, that's kind of a curveball when you think about standard weapons like swords. Wonder why he chose that.
Speculate.
Most likely because of his size. Spear makes up for any disadvantage he might have against a taller ally. Makes sense. I'm not surprised Amada-kun would think of that. Supposed to get 4 to 6 inches by snow by morning? Oh god. Good luck, have fun. Man, going into battle at his age, Amada's the man! If he sticks with me, I'm gonna show him how it's done. He can call me Junpei Senpai. Stop acting like a little kid. Amada-kun's more mature than you are.
Jeez.
Why is Junpei trying so hard to act like a senpai? Well, since he's not in any clubs, I guess this is his first chance to actually be a senpai.
Oh, hi.
Junpei-kun and Amada-kun look like brothers, don't they? Junpei-kun is the silly older brother, and Amada-kun's the reliable younger brother. Hey now, don't you mean the super cool, reliable older brother? But having a kid brother doesn't sound so bad. You think I could get him to call me Big Bro? No, I do not. Hot and sour soup? Yes. No, I'm with you on that one. I could not agree more. All this food talk is going to make me hungry, though. That's the unfortunate part. We can go with Mitatsu today. Go with Mitatsu. Should I go read this in bed or read at my desk? I would say read. True. Creamy broccoli cheddar also bangs. With bacon. I agree. I agree fully.
That's right.
They say men are supposed to be ballsy and women charming, but it's really the other way around, you see? Well, you're plenty attractive. Anyone would open up to you, though. Doing like 4 things at once? I mean, that's what I'm doing at like all times, to be fair. Brainworms go burr. I don't know how to pay attention to one thing at a time.
Good morning.
Who fell in
I
this
am
time?
calling to inform you that one this time. I'm goodbye.
Well, shit.
It's almost the start of the second semester already. And pretty soon, I'm gonna be a 3rd year. Man, time goes by way too fast. Oh, it's her. And she's drawn again, huh?
My girl.
You again?
Oh, well, actually, I'm surprised you remember me.
I could say the same about you.
You're a lot less forgettable, I'll be honest with you.
I mean, your outfit is pretty memorable. So, what are you working on?
A drawing. Why?
No real reason, I guess. I just thought it's pretty awesome to have something you're passionate about.
It's nothing like that. I'm just drawing because I feel like it.
Oh. Huh. Well, I still want to see it when you're done. If you don't mind.
Just looks at him, confused. Summer Film Festival. Izumi, Maiko, Bunkichi. Where do I go with Maiko today? That secondhand embarrassment from that? What do you mean? He's trying his best. He's just being a sweet guy, you know? What's some of my homework? Yeah, I tell myself I should finish my homework in July, but then I never actually do it. Not as bad as Junpei. I bet he hasn't even started. He can beg all he wants, but I'm not gonna let him copy off mine. His sister was a surprise. I think he wasn't sure how to bring it up. But I'm glad he's looking better now. He seems relieved. Now I'm part of the team, I see you all differently. I'll do my best as a member of C. Movies. The model on our team, we have more manpower, although he's still a child.
Excuse me.
Summer vacation will end soon. The storm will become quieter once everyone is back at school. I am thinking of ways to remain at your side from September onwards. Maiko. We're still behind on her. Grow stronger soon. Perfect. Can bring a hanged persona next time we come to make sure we keep ahead.
Welcome back.
1 week remains until the next full moon. Additionally, the lost are increasing in number. Recommend continuing to assess the situation for any potential of irregularities. And there's only 37. Zyanga, Kugan, Hirama, Harakarn, Kaja. Okay. Yurgi, severe light damage to one foe, ignoring resistances. Once his SP is less than half, his competitiveness is fighting. Okay. Let's go. We got somebody to rescue today, so. Everyone can go tonight. Go to Tartarus. Yes. We can bust out Ken for the first time. We can, the Tartarus.
Excuse me.
Look at that big ass coat. This kid thinks he's so cool.
Will you please add me as a member in today's search party? I want to participate in lots of battles and get used to handling my persona.
Okay, come with me.
All right! I hope I can prove myself useful to all of you.
Okay.
And
let's go swap with Mitsuru. Akihiko. Go together. Swap with Koromaru. I think we're good with that for now. Where is this missing person?
Marvelous. I'm looking
Twilight
for...
Fragment. Beautiful.
I can send...
106 and 111.
Very well.
Good to me. 106 and 111. 109.
I'm all ready to go. Let's get started.
Seriously? Only us dudes tonight? Great. Just great.
What's up? Is there a problem with that?
No, but there's just nobody here to, soothe the soul.
I could bring Koromaru with us. Maybe petting him will help.
Yeah.
Look, Koromaru's great and all, but that's not what I'm getting at.
Oh boy. Out here doing Brokeback Tartarus. Give me... don't really have much that's great for you, so I'll give you the Vitality Sash.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Turquoise. Gotcha.
I'll start preparing the analysis.
Weak to ice.
Keep it together. I have to do what must be done. I have to. Let's see your strength. Nemesis!
So much drama for him to not even hit a weakness.
That about does
what I
it.
like to see.
No shadows detected.
All right, who's next?
So what do I have for this one? It's been so long. Champion gloves. Yeah. So bad. As much as I do want to use the Jack gloves,
Oh,
those on for now.
here it is.
We got the upper hand.
We've got the advantage. Don't hold anything back.
Electric.
Crap, like this.
Okay.
What to do?
Zoro!
Nice one, leader. I'm good to go. I'm on it. I'll take care of this. Do it, Polyjuice! Take them out one at a time. I've been waiting. We cannot pass this up.
Punch roll hard. Yeah. He built it. He doesn't need the help.
Just like we planned.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Junpei, the only thing you did in that fight was miss an attack. I just want to, I want to call a spade here.
There's a treasure chest.
I'd rather not rely only on my persona in a fight.
Caught them off guard.
What to do? Persona.
That about does it.
All right.
No shadows detected.
We did it!
Yippee!
Look, there's a shadow.
We got the upper hand.
Still setting up.
Fire.
It'll take a little more time.
This is it.
That's an enemy down.
Come on, I'll show him.
Do it.
I got your back. Let's see. Persona!
That's it. Enemy down.
I'm ready.
You need to pick someone else.
Choice.
Come on, crush him.
Here I go. Will this work?
It's too late. The enemy's been taken out. Great job, Amadakun.
Bye.
That's a win for the
That's
team.
over.
Good job, everyone.
Went off without a hitch. Let's get going.
Hey, it's the stairs.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
And 109 was the floor we said had a person on it, I believe.
Oh crap! I forgot to do my homework. Why'd I have to remember now?
Oh my god.
Yo, check out that fancy.
Multi-target boost.
We found the stairs.
There's somebody here.
There's
yeah,
a
we'll
treasure
get 'em.
chest.
Save them. They'll be fine.
Even if the enemy looks weak, we can't let our guard down.
They say a cornered animal is the most dangerous. We can't have them take us by surprise.
Yes, we have the upper hand. Still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Can't stop me now. Hurry!
Knock him, Junpei.
Let's get your face on.
You're done for.
Megiddo.
Did you see that?
I did see it.
Haha! Perfecto.
Attack mirror. Beams. Yabasha flare. Where's the stairs? Now, where's the person? There.
There's a chest. Wanna try it?
The enemy's weak to ice. Let's freeze them solid.
Ice dart. Okay, well.
That about does it. All right. No shadows detected.
And that's a wrap, folks.
3 turquoise. And D.
That one looks really strong.
How are you?
I could be jamming here, actually. Ignore all of this.
Yes.
You heal ore, handy.
How are you?
South. Okay. Where's the spot that I haven't hit yet?
Oh, there it is.
There you are. Hey, bud.
Yes.
Okay. We got everybody.
Good
Nobody
day.
else.
Very
Let's
well.
go home.
Oh, help.
Let's call it quits.
Hi there.
Hi, Pharos. How's it going?
I thought I'd remind you. There's only a week left until the next full moon. Are you
Uh-huh.
ready? There are
Yeah.
only a few trials
I'm
left.
chilling.
So, make sure to be careful out there. I'll see you again sometime.
Okie doke. Always a pleasure seeing you. I'll see you in like a week. Once we've, beaten the full moon. time for the home shopping show.
It's a
What do you have today? A suture set to ward off evil spirits. Have you felt a chill down your spine? Do you feel like something's been following you?
Good.
First up, we have the Fierce Sutra. And you get 3 of them. Chant this sutra to dispel evil spirits clinging on to you. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more.
Not bad,
Guess we'll
kid.
throw in this Depleting Sutra too. Guess how many? 3. All this for just 9,800 yen. Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Thanks.
Thanks, kid. True. Feels new and refreshing. The weather was so pleasant that I did take a walk to the shrine. Where are you going? I'm going to see you, obviously. Sorry. If you don't mind, please stay until I've caught my breath.
Thank you.
So miserable.
It's starting to settle down, I think. Thank you for coming. It's comforting to have someone with me. Why do I have to face this alone? Why am I the one? I can't run around like I did as a child anymore, because my legs and heart won't even let me. All that's left is to draw my sheets around me and count the beats of my heart until they stop forever. Why is this only happening to me?
You aren't alone.
Sure, there are plenty of people dying in this world. But so what? What does that have to do with my death? Where is there meaning in any of this? I wish I could run away. But if my body were capable of that, I wouldn't be here anyway. No matter what I do, my body is there to remind me I'm going to die. Why? Why me? Please don't leave just yet. It's almost too much for me if I'm alone.
You're not.
Right. I suppose I shouldn't. I can accept it. I'm feeling a little better now. Thank you.
My presence is comforting to Kamiki. I feel like our relationship is stronger.
It's starting to get dark. Don't worry, I'll be fine now. I hope I can see you again soon.
Next Sunday. I'll be here. Don't worry about it. So long as I have the day off on a Sunday, I will be coming here until this link is finished.
Oh, welcome back.
Looks like there have been more of them lately. You call them the Lost, right? No need to be rash, but I'd like to put my power to good use. Senpai's been acting a little strange lately, don't you think? Maybe it's difficult for him to watch Amada-kun put himself in danger. Good appearances, I think deep down inside, found out Senpai's actually a real kind person.
So,
I officially joined and learned what's really going on. It's changed my perspective. This is a job only we can do.
In that case...
Seems very determined. Normally I would think he would be a great addition to Seize. His age worries me, though.
Hey!
Senpai's being weird again. He's just going on about something he's super into. Well, maybe just for a day he should be super into getting his homework done.
Yeah.
About Amada. Do you mind looking after him for me? Sure.
I owe you one.
Good. I'm counting on you.
Hey.
Is there anything you can think of that I'm super into? That's for you to discover. Yeah, you're right. I have to figure it out on my own. What if you find it permissible to visit the rooftop again? I believe it is time that we check on the progress of our cultivation efforts. Might get a new ability soon. Oh,
Yes.
let's go.
It appears they are growing well. Hip hip hooray, as they say. The
That is how
ladybug
they
has
say.
grown into a fine adult as well. I believe this is mission complete. Well done.
All thanks to your help.
I tried to do everything in my power. I'm glad I was of service. The ladybug put in a lot of work as well. We thank you for your service. I've realized something, tending these plants alongside you.
Uh-huh.
I've
What's that?
made many new discoveries beside these planters.
Right.
Everyone is doing the best they can to make their way in the world. That goes for the plants, and the pests, and the ladybug too, and you as well. I may be a machine, but I also want to do the best I can. I will do my best to make my way in the world, just like everyone else. That is my new goal from now on.
I won't let you beat me.
I am impressed. I hadn't expected a competition here. Hearing that, my motivation is fully charged, as they say.
As they say. Seems to have found a new purpose defending the plants. Physical boost. Strengthens physical skills. Ooh. Okay.
Naturally, I will still continue to look after them at full throttle. Let's get started right away.
Into the plants with Aegis. Looks like they're going to grow nicely.
Once again, our mission has concluded without incident today. Let's head back now.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey again.
Hey, fancy meeting you here, huh?
She draws at the same spot regularly.
You're the one who keeps coming back.
I'm Junpei. What's your name? You from around here? Oh, not even listening, huh? Figures. Wait, whoa, your hand! What the hell happened? You're bleeding!
What's wrong with you? Can't you mind your own business?
Are you kidding? I can't just ignore that. Gotta have something. Give me your hand. I can wrap it up with this handkerchief.
Why are you panicking?
Huh? Who wouldn't be freaking out right now? You gotta get to a doctor. Do you want me to go with you?
You're a weird one.
Yeah, he is.
Chidori.
Huh?
My name. You asked, didn't you, Junpei? I'm almost finished with the drawing. I doubt you'll be able to understand it. But if you want to see it so badly, then you know where to find me.
Aww. Wait, someone from the dorm. Have a new burger or something for me. Yada, 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 yada.
Excuse me.
Summer vacation will end soon. The dorm will become quieter once everyone is back at school. I'm thinking of ways to remain at your side from September on. They're still fooling around. You better get started on that homework or he'll be in trouble. As for me, I'm all done. I've got so much stuff I gotta catch up on now that I have free time again. Today's the last day of summer vacation, right? Well, since it is, I was wondering if you had any plans today. I just wanted to ask. No reason. I have plans today. I'll be back before it's dark, though. Keeping busy with work suits me more than being idle. I found it hard to pass time yesterday since I had nothing to do. So I decided to take a nap, which actually gave me a headache. Well, sorry to hear that. Go to the mall. We'll get ourselves a hanged persona. And then we can go with Maiko. This fine Monday afternoon.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I think I have too many personas, actually. I will have to release one and then come back in. I can release Yagatarasu, probably. Also save. Persona. Can we get rid of Carmen, actually? I feel like I'm going to use Carmen. Because I now have Black Frost for fire. Although you only have single target, so maybe... Yeah, there's still reason to keep you, unfortunately. I need to fix you. What are you doing? What's your... Yeah, we'll get rid of Yagatarasu. That's fine. I'm not very attached.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Registering, I see. Will you register it to the compendium?
Everybody.
All registered. Please take a look.
I'm in a hanged. I don't even know which ones I have, but we'll find out. Justice, Hermit, Fortune, Strength, Hanged. Inugami! You're coming with me.
Very well. It's yours. Very well. We look.
We can dump them again when we need to go back to fucking Ari and just kind of bounce. So we get some new actual usable personas. What should we do today?
I'm kind of hungry. Let's go out to eat.
Okay.
What do you want to get?
Hamburgers.
Oh, I want a frog burger from Wild Duck.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. So, the other day, Mom and Dad, they talked to me about why they were getting divorced.
Right.
It was sad. But I listened to the whole thing. Did I do good?
You're a good girl. You did so good. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. So, Mom and Dad, they said when there's no love, it's hard to stay married. But they said not to worry, because they would love me no matter what. So I told them, it's okay if they get divorced. It must be hard to live with someone you don't love. Hey, so I have to choose if I want to live with Mom or Dad. Who do you think I should pick?
I think you got to decide.
I don't know what to do. Oh, if I go with Mom, I might have to move somewhere far away. And then I won't be able to play with you anymore. It's no fair. I miss you too much.
Poor baby. I feel like we're growing closer. Rank 8. We've almost maxed
I better
Maiko.
get home. Hey, will you hold my hand on the way home?
After seeing Maiko home, I headed back to the dorm.
Oh, it's you.
The moon will be full again soon. I'm sure this goes without saying by now, but make sure you're adequately prepared. Amada-san is small, so he uses a spear with long reach. It enables him to compensate for his small stature and fight bigger enemies. The spear is the perfect weapon for Amada-san.
By the way,
School starts up again tomorrow. Has Junpei-san caught up with his homework? Doesn't he seem to be spacing out more often? Oh, my homework's I've done, of course. I knocked it all out in July. That's just par for the course.
Oh, maybe.
Junpei finally give up on finishing his homework? He looks kind of adamant. I wonder if he's alright. Sorry, huh? All things considered, she's a bit of a weirdo.
Yes.
Mitsuru might gain a new ability soon. Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. Let's go with Mitsuru.
Today, I'd like to make a snack food that would pair well with tea. That
Okay.
said, I'm not terribly well versed in the art of cuisine. So I'm hoping to make some simple karumeyaki. Did your teachers ever show you how to make it?
I think so. Sure, we'll go with that.
Excellent. Then I don't need to explain. All right, let's get started. Temperature control is key. We want to turn off the heat right before it hits 130 degrees Celsius.
Got it.
Oh, we should keep things moving. Let's put the sugar in the ladle first.
I cooked karumeyaki with Mitsuru.
What a nostalgic flavor. It may not require hours in the kitchen, and the taste isn't particularly complex, but I'm quite fond of these. And more than anything, it's nice that we can make it ourselves. You know, when I saw this for the first time, I thought it was like magic. I've tried making it myself a number of times, but I ended up burning it on every attempt.
Damn.
I guess you could call it a bittersweet memory. But I didn't give up. I continued practicing. And that's finally led to our success today. What do you think?
That's so inspiring. You're amazing, Mitsuru. Wow.
Hearing you say
Round of
that
applause.
makes me glad to have shared it. Back home, there were plenty of opportunities to host formal dinners and tea parties, but I never considered it particularly admirable to have someone else prepare the extravagant dishes. Doing the cooking myself also allows me to talk with you like this. And isn't that sort of familiarity the key to understanding each other better?
True.
I think this might have been what I was missing. Instead of complaining about being difficult to approach, I needed to create an opportunity for change.
By cooking this nostalgic dish, Mitsuru seems to have learned something about herself. Ailment Burst. Increases critical rate on foes with ailments, with Mitsuru in battle. Ooh, wait a minute. That goes kind of hard.
It's fascinating, the kind of things you learn by simply inviting someone over for tea. Thank you. I hope we can talk again like this sometime. Oh, right. I had a favor to ask. There's still some sugar and baking soda left. Do you think you could help me make another batch?
Yeah, I got you.
Karumeyaki keeps for a long time. This could be a good chance to make some for the others.
After making karumeyaki with Mitsuru, I went back to my room. The second semester begins today. Yippee! We're going back to school. Hold. Hit it. Hold. We're changing seasons, baby. Banger. Absolute banger. They even removed the French. Good morning. Summer vacation's over. What a bummer. Why does life suck?
In that case.
It's not like someone has apathy syndrome. But wouldn't life be easier if you actually did? What? No. Do I really? On second thought, you're right. It doesn't sound so bad. At least I wouldn't have to worry about anything. people are getting used to Aptly Syndrome. Some people think it's awful, while others think it's not so bad.
Are you trying?
Alright, quiet down. Summer vacation's over. You're back in school now, so act accordingly. We'll never get through the full textbook if we stay in vacation mode forever.
So...
Okay, let's review. Coding. Which property of electricity is relevant to superconductivity? Resistance?
That's right.
Been studying, I see. Anything that reaches an electrical resistance of 0 at a characteristic temperature is considered superconductive. As a result, the electric currents can travel eternally through a superconductive circuit held at the proper temperature. Many years ago, I used this fact to confess my love to someone. My love for you is superconductive, I told them. Sure enough, my enthusiasm won her over and we started dating. Never would have thought that was how that story ended. But enthusiasm isn't very scientific. Before long, I had lost interest in her. Alright, in the next section. Oh boy. We've got Kenji, we've got Az, we've got Bebe. Chihiro. No Fuka. Kinda hopeful we can start Fukas today. Poor Chihiro. Did we stop at the strip mall? I was hoping to check out the bookstore.
I spend my breaks doing nothing but reading, so I think it's about time I bought some new ones.
Uh-huh.
Oh, all of the books on this shelf are only 100 yen each. That means I can afford them with my allowance.
Yippee!
We can go now. I don't really see anything that interests me.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wait, is this? It is! I've been looking for this collector's edition for forever. This is a collection of illustrations from the shoujo manga I read. It even has a set of new short stories inside.
Wow.
I never thought I'd find this in a used bookstore. And in the novel section, too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know the owners of this place. The organization is not their strong suit.
Maybe the shop owner saw the short stories label and made a mistake. It's got all 3 volumes, too. This is amazing. Each volume is 6,000 yen, so that means 18,000 yen total? Well, what should I do?
Is it good?
Of course, all 3 volumes are great. The characters are portrayed so realistically. It's like they really exist. My monthly allowance is 5,000 yen, so it's not enough, even if I save my lunch
I got
money.
you. I got money. I got spending money.
But I'll get it, no matter what. I just need to wait until next month, or the month after, or I'll get them by the time I graduate.
Hell yeah.
I need to hide this where no one will see it. Oh, please don't get bought by someone else. I really wish I had a bigger allowance, but I also don't want to make things hard for my mom.
Hey, I saw that. You were looking at that waitress, weren't you?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll do anything you want. Anything.
Then how about you buy me that bag I was talking about before? Or else I'm breaking up with you.
Oh. Damn.
I used to think that money couldn't buy happiness or friends. That is, until recently.
What do you think now?
Of course, I still think that's mostly true, but I do have my doubts. That man has no confidence in himself. That's why he's so desperate to stay on the woman's good side. I think I can relate to that feeling. He just wants to be with her, no matter the cost.
Intense affection from Ichihiro. feel like I understand Chihiro a little better now. Rank 6, yippee!
I can't help but feel like there are so many things in this world that I'll never have. Well, should we get going? If I stay here, I know I'll just want to go back to the bookstore and look at that illustration collection again.
Okay. Walked Chihiro part of the way home and went back to the dorm.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, how's it going?
Whew, that does it for our first day back.
Well, you two have perfect timing.
Perfect timing? For what?
Hey, Fuka! Is Aigis ready?
Yippee!
What do you think?
This is how I look now.
She looks so much more human than she did before.
Huh? Why is she wearing a school uniform? What's going on here?
She said she wanted to go to school with us, so I told the others as a joke. But the chairman actually agreed, so now she's gonna start as a second year tomorrow.
Wow.
Seriously? He's down with that?
He said something about studying her behavior in a social environment.
Yeah, it sounds like him, alright.
Well, if he's cool with it, then I guess it's alright. Besides, I'd say it looks pretty good on her. Maybe even... cute?
Maybe even...
The school camouflage that Fuka-san provided is more than appropriate.
Except for the fact that we're still wearing summer uniforms and you're wearing a winter uniform, but you know, nobody will notice.
It looks very natural on you. No one will suspect a thing. But why do you want to go to school? It's not like it's interesting.
As the second semester commences, I intend to synchronize my schedule with everyone for maximum efficiency. If I remain here on standby, it could affect our deployment efficiency.
Sure.
To accommodate, I requested reassignment alongside our squad leader.
Deployment efficiency, huh? Why do I feel like you being at school would make that even worse?
Yeah, that's where I'm like, we gather here to deploy. So you being here would be more efficient than you being at school, but you know, it's fine.
I will make any necessary adaptations as the situation evolves.
Sure, you do that.
He says, I want to go to school too.
Koromaru, no, you definitely have
yeah,
to
you're
stay
a little
here,
harder
okay?
to camouflage, buddy. Oh, poor guy. We could take him like Morgana, just stuff him in our desk at school. Nobody'll know.
Oh, apologies.
I recommend Aigis' attendance at school as the chairman. Aigis requested that she should attend, and I couldn't think of any reason why she shouldn't. The chairman agreed, so there you have it. When Aigis-san wears a school uniform, she looks just like your average high school student.
Wait, seriously?
Dude, let's be real. She's seriously cute. I bet she'll be super popular. Tons of the guys are gonna have a crush on her. But what if someone finds out that she's, you know, because of the way she walks, the way she talks? Think you're gonna go to bed now? Have a good night. Take care, Scarlet. I appreciate you for hanging out. Have a good one. I have a question. Why can't Koromaru-san attend school? I do not understand why I am permitted to go to school while Koromaru-san is not. I don't know, honestly. Because he's a dog.
That's a negative.
Nowhere in the school regulations does it state that canines are prohibited from attending school. Even Koromaru-san seemed perplexed about this. You know, she's got a point. The school rules do not say that you can't be a dog enrolled in school.
Oh, hi.
I gave Aigis some winter clothes to wear so she's covered up. I hope she won't be too hot in them. If she wears the summer uniform, everyone will be able to see her mechanical arms. They decided she should wear the winter uniform. Wearing it in the summer is a little weird, but I don't think it's she must be a robot weird, right? Yeah.
I think.
I had nothing to do with this, alright? It was all Mitsuru. If anything happens at school, I'm not going to be held responsible for it. What is Ikutsuki-san thinking? I like how Akihiko is the voice of reason here, where he's like, I claim no responsibility in anything that's happening here. This was not my fault. Me sending the robot with gun hands to school was not my call. Oh? You busy at the moment? Thought I could teach you a valuable life lesson. Free of charge, of course. My, aren't you enthusiastic? Let's not waste any more time.
My schedule is so terribly packed. I don't usually have time for your average Joe, you know.
That's why I see you hanging out, just, you know, casually in the mall here every so often.
You should be glad you're such a handsome boy.
Yeah. Something like that.
Let's add a new word to our vocabulary today. Repeat after me.
All right.
Placebo. The stress is on the middle syllable.
Right. Placebo.
Very good. You're feigning interest well.
What can I say? I'm good at pretending like I care about what you're saying.
A placebo is a pretend pill. Basically, it's a medicine to give you peace of mind. Imagine this. A supplement to eliminate those unsightly love handles without lifting a finger. Or a car navigation system that uses real-time image data to make your commute all the smoother. Or at least make it feel that way.
Right.
These are just a fraction of our unique line of products.
Wow.
Huh? You're really wowed by those bogus products?
Yeah.
I suppose one could see them as rather spectacular. Our business doesn't provide tangible benefits. It provides peace of mind. Take emergency supplies, for example. People feel safe just because they have them, don't they?
Sure.
As it turns out, the more money people spend, the better they feel. Now then, that's it for today's lesson. You can pay me back when you make your first million.
Okay, when I start grinding in Tartarus for money, like later on, like late game, and I make $1 million, I'll come back and talk to you. Received somewhat questionable advice from President Tanaka. I understand him a little better now.
Have you been keeping your promise? You didn't tell anyone, did you? If you go back on your word, you might be surprised to find your profile suddenly on an internet dating site.
Right.
I comprehend.
I see. This must be Tartarus during the day. That's right.
Yes.
Currently, I detect no shadows in the vicinity. However, we must remain cautious at all times.
Class, we have another new transfer student joining us today. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Aigis. I am pleased to meet you all.
Aigis-san? I've never heard a name like that. Maybe she's a foreigner.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see, anything else I should know? Humanoid tactical weapon.
Ignore that part of it. That's not important.
What? Clearly that's a mistake.
Yeah, obviously. She's clearly just a girl. Just a everyday average girl.
It just goes to show you can't believe everything you read.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that right.
Let's see, you can sit, are there any open seats? Oh, there's a spot right next to him.
Hi.
Okay, off you go.
Miss Toriumi, someone already sits there. He just ditched today.
Which means he's not here. So now it's yours.
She said, damn, I don't care.
All right, take your seat.
This spot is perfect. My highest priority is to be with him at all times. Aigis! What is it?
Yukari, why'd you stand up?
Why?
Good to see everyone's getting along so well.
Yeah, everyone's getting along great.
But do me a favor and save the drama for after class. Give me a break.
Oh. Got a message from Sonata. I have something important to take care of after school, and I want you to come along. I'll be waiting by the front gate. Meet me there. Is it time? Is it finally time? How's the end for today? That's right, I received a message from Sonata asking me to meet you after school.
There you are. I've got an errand I want you to help me with. Let's go.
Alright. At long last. It's finally time.
You're really starting to piss me off.
Things have changed. Sorry, but I'm not taking no for an answer this time.
What?
This belongs to you. There's a new threat. Persona users just like us.
So? That's not my problem.
That's not everything. Amada has joined our team.
What the hell do you mean?
He has the potential, and Ikutsuki-san approved it. He's a Persona user now.
I don't believe it. Tell me one more thing. Was it his decision to join?
Yeah. He came to us.
I see. Then, I guess I'll stick around. So, you're in charge now, huh?
Hey, what's going on?
I got a question for you. What are you fighting for?
To protect someone.
I see. Well, you do you. We gotta work together either way. My old room still empty?
Yeah.
Yet another new ally has joined. Shinjiro Aragaki. He's older than me and seems to have lived in the dorm before. Though shrouded in mystery, he seems to be a reliable partner.
Oh, welcome back.
So I'm thinking...
Aragaki-san kicks ass, man. Never forget what he did for us back at that alley. With him and the team, ain't nothing gonna take us down.
Hey!
Aragaki-senpai's the guy who helped us out at that place, isn't he? And he used to be with C's, huh? So we'll be fighting with him from now on. Oh, I don't mean to sound like I have a problem with that. I know he's a good guy deep down. Shinjiro can't go tonight. There's no point in going tonight. Aragaki-senpai seems scary, but I think he's just misunderstood. I doubt that he's a bad guy. I mean, he used to fight along Sonata-senpai and Kirijo-senpai. Aragaki-san seems very strong. But do you think he's trustworthy? I mean, he was hanging out at that kind of place. I just find it hard to trust people like him right off the bat.
Not bad.
At this point, there's nothing left to say about the group fighting strength. The cheers hasn't dulled, right? I'm already excited for the next full moon. Ugh, you're the same as always.
Yeah?
Looks like we're working together for now. But I'm gonna take a back seat for today. I'll be ready tomorrow, so hit me up anytime.
Greatly appreciated.
I truly am glad to have you back, Aragaki. But admittedly, I'm curious as to what motivated you to pick up your evoker once again. Something must have affected you profoundly. I won't pry, though. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll be in the mood to tell you someday.
Hello there.
I'm glad you're here. Are you available tonight? I have borrowed a book about Yakuza from the library. I was searching for combat-related material, and the librarian suggested this. It seems to provide information on combat tactics as well as proper mindset for battle. Improve your charm. Ah, fuck it. I'll go with her anyways.
Here it is. In this scene, the main character says, "That ass better not crack under pressure."
He does say that, huh? Okay.
Usually, people's asses are already cracked. Yours is as well, right?
you know, that's a secret, you know?
I understand, but please tell me someday.
I love her so much.
For now, I will put the question on hold.
I love her so much.
Currently, this is the only section that I am unclear on, but I suspect that if I continue reading, I will encounter even more confusing phrases.
Probably, yeah.
If you don't mind, could I ask you to read with me until the end?
Sure. I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. With your help, I've been able to update my records with new information. Apparently, this book has a sequel.
Oh?
If it is possible, I would like to read with you again sometime.
Hell yeah.
It's gotten rather late. We should head back to our rooms. Or should I say, our turfs.
Please do not start picking up gang terminology and using it in reference to our dorm rooms. Oh boy. He's learning about the Yakuza.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth. I am calling to inform you that one this time. Goodbye.
One this time. Great. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna go in tonight anyways. To get Shinji.
Hello.
A news report stated that the number of cases increases just before a full moon. Looks like there are more cases than last one. This is the highest it's ever been. Something must be done. I don't know the reason for the increase. We'll just have to remain alert at all times. That's ended for today.
Greetings.
Rest easy. You and I will be together all the time now. She's still far from passing the human. Doesn't look like she understands ordinary feelings in conversation. If she could, I might be able to form a bond with her. We could go with Yukari today. Is Fuka available as well? No. Let's go with Yukari. Let's get her link going. Feels like it's been much too long.
Hey, so...
Could we maybe take some time to talk? In private? So, can we go to the rooftop? Sure. Thanks, I wanted to talk to you. Alright, let's go then.
Hey, so... Never mind. Just forget about it. I guess saying that only makes you more curious, huh?
Correct. It does.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Sorry about that. So, you might have forgotten all about this, and it's totally fine if you did. But when we were at Yakushima, I said some stupid things. And I just wanted to say I'm sorry. It's been on my mind this whole time. You know, I always felt like I wanted to just be normal. I wanted to have a family like all the other kids. Mom and Dad to come home to. Why do we have to be different? Why us? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to lump the two of us together. But I feel like you understand and have been looking out for me.
What can I say? I'm just great.
At least that's what I think. Is that just wishful thinking? That's how I really feel, though.
Yukari's opening up. Seems the two of us have gotten a little closer. Yippee, the lovers!
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of the Lover's Arcana.
Okay.
It's getting cold. Let's go home.
Sounds good to me. Let's have to go back to the dorm. haven't introduced myself, have I? Name's Shinjiro Aragaki. I stayed here before. I won't bore you with all the details, though. Anyway, long story short, I got your back. There's gonna be a full moon the day after tomorrow. I'm sure another large shadow will appear, so let's make sure you're fully prepared.
Oh.
Koromaru-san told me something interesting. He said the one named Aragaki has been feeding him from time to time.
My apologies.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't probe Aragaki about the past too much. Aragaki, Akihiko, and I were all in C's when we were in middle school. A lot of things happened back then. There's no need to doubt Aragaki. I assure you that he's reliable. Something happened between Yukari-san, Junpei-san, and Aragaki-san? They all seem to trust each other. I guess the two of them must think Aragaki-san is a good person.
By the way,
the full moon's close. Make sure you've got our plan of attack hammered out. If you're not set yet, you should rely on Shinji for the time being. He's got a pretty strong arm, this guy. Don't listen to him. I'm nothing special. We could go with Shinjiro. And then go to Tartarus tomorrow night. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, I want to use the kitchen. Any rules about sharing ingredients and dishes we can use? Stuff like that? I want to hear more about the kitchen rules from you. I'll return the favor. Or are you busy? Let's go to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
I see. So if there's leftovers, we can keep them in the fridge. But we're cooking for 2 today. So there probably won't be leftovers. Oh, I forgot to mention, but I'm making katsudon. Make sure to eat it all, no matter how it tastes.
You're making it?
I said I'd thank you, didn't I? If you don't want it, I could put the meat away. But that's a pain, so just eat it.
Sounds good, man.
All right then. Time to get started. The rice is already cooked, so just scoop everything into a bowl once it's ready. I like extra large portions, by the way.
I watched Aragaki cook. His skill is on par with that of a professional chef. The katsudon is ready. Crunchy, flaky, breaded pork topped with half-cooked egg. I could eat this all day.
Looks like you're a fan, huh? Anyone can make this, as long as they practice. Today we just had the rice and toppings. But you could add side dishes too. Well, give it a try when you have time.
Will do, buddy. Exquisite katsudon.
Alright. I did my part to thank you. You handle the cleanup.
Sure, man.
See you around.
There's a full moon tomorrow. Hey, did you hear? The number of cases around town have gone up like crazy these days. I've heard.
Oh, maybe.
There are only 4 of those large shadows left. Maybe they're getting desperate? Or maybe the next one's just insanely strong. Oh, whoops, my bad. I shouldn't jinx it. Anyway, we can handle it this time too. If this is the one that I'm thinking of, it actually is probably a good idea for us to
Chidori.
change up team too.
How's your hand doing? What the? There's no scar. Not even a mark? Maybe it wasn't that bad?
Say, Junpei, what do you do to make yourself feel alive?
I don't know. Breathe, I guess?
Yeah, man.
You know, I can't say I've ever thought about it. How about you, Chidori? Is that how you feel when you draw?
I don't know. Most of these are just scribbles. I don't really understand myself.
Oh. Huh. To tell you the truth, there is one thing that makes me feel alive. It's when I sort of, get to play the hero, I guess?
Uh-huh.
In the darkest hour, unknown to all but a few, the chosen ones stand against the forces of evil.
So true, Junpei.
Our hero, Junpei, fights to protect the world from these terrifying monsters. Well, you get the idea. That's when I feel most alive. This is the part where you're supposed to laugh.
So, do you fight all alone?
Hey, I was just kidding around.
You fight during a time that no one is aware of, right? That means no one knows what you've been doing. So, you're fighting even though you'll never get any recognition for anything. I'm impressed. I guess I misjudged you.
Really? I didn't think you'd actually believe me.
Can you tell me more?
You know, you're kind of the weird one here.
I mean, you both are. It's okay. A
I guess
perfect
it's
match.
okay, but you're sworn to secrecy. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
So, there's this special power called a persona. And that's what we use to defeat the monsters. But not everyone can use a persona. That's what I meant by the chosen ones. My friends are fighting too. And, not to brag, but
Not to
we
brag.
haven't lost a single fight since I joined.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like a lot of fun. If you haven't lost a single fight, that must mean you're really strong.
Yeah, sorta. I guess you could kinda say I'm the leader.
True. You could kind of say that. You'd be lying, but you could kind of say it.
I mean, without me, things would just fall apart. I gotta tell everyone what to do and stuff, you know? It's a lot of work being in charge.
Yeah, man, it's rough.
Thank you, Junpei. I had a lot of fun today.
You did?
It's time for me to go. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
See you tomorrow, huh? Yes!
Look at my man's go. He's gonna get the girl. I'm so proud of him.
I have a suggestion.
I've inspected the entire school, but I did not locate anyone suffering from academia. I conclude that they are absent. What the heck? It's pretty rare for a hottie like that to transfer into this time of year. Huh? Dude, get a clue. I'm talking about Aigis. A mysterious babe like that? I want to know everything about her, like her measurements. What the fuck? What? Oh. I was not prepared. Must suck to be the new girl. All the guys hit on you and impress you right away. But I guess some seems fine. Yeah, she's quite literally built different. Fuka! You busy? Also, if you happen to be a little hungry, I have time. Oh, good. In that case, would you do me a favor? I was hoping you could taste the lunch I made. To be honest, I don't have very much confidence in my cooking. But today, I think it turned out okay. I have a bad feeling about this, but I have enough courage to try it. So, will you taste it? All right. Oh, thank you. Okay, please come with me.
Sorry, I know you probably aren't very hungry at this hour.
I'm always hungry.
But, I'd be happy if you'd maybe give it a taste, if that's okay.
The bento box looks like a chaotic mess of ingredients. Seems I have no choice but to eat it.
I used vinegar as a base for relieving fatigue, and then added a bunch of citrus.
Girl, what? You did what now? Girl.
You know, just some simple, light flavors.
Light flavors, yeah, no, be so for real right now. I don't think I can eat this. I don't think this is edible food. It has a very impactful flavor.
I want your honest opinion, okay? How was it?
Not bad for a beginner.
Really? Please, let me know if there's anything I can improve on.
Well, you could improve on like the taste and the texture and the ingredients, presentation.
Actually, you don't look so well, leader. Oh no! What do I do? I'll go get some water. Wait right here.
Oh boy.
made you taste test my cooking.
It's okay. I've had probably worse.
Figured that I could count on you for an honest opinion. Well, thank you for your time today. I'm going to keep at it. I should focus on making it.
That would be a good
edible
start,
first,
yeah.
though.
That's a good place to start. Looks like I've gotten a little closer to Fuka. Yippee! Fuka! Finally.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast established a new bond.
The priestess.
I'll see you back at the dorm.
Okay. Let me go back to the dorm too.
I see you're back.
Tomorrow's the day. Get geared up while you can. You know the drill. We'll be on standby in the dorm tomorrow. All fired up. Don't care where or when it shows up. It's dead meat. Up on the rooftop can be harvested today. I'm confident in tomorrow's operation. What with Aragaki-san rejoining us? No doubt it'll be an easy victory. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Remember, overconfidence can only lead to defeat. Well, it's true that Aragaki is quite powerful. He hasn't fought in quite a while. Let's all concentrate on the task at hand. We must execute this flawlessly. Will she always be such a killjoy?
Why?
Why is Yuri so excited about tomorrow? There's going to be a full moon tomorrow, and with it, another powerful shadow to fight. I hardly think that's the kind of thing to be excited about. I heard he's so dumb all the time, I forget that sometimes he can go even dumber. You know, Aragaki-senpai just joined, so we really don't need Junpei anymore, do we? Yeah, let's get rid of him. Seriously? Calm down, I was just kidding. I don't really want to get rid of him completely, especially when he's so annoying.
Excuse me.
Junpei-san's current status is extreme happiness. I've learned how people describe this state in the modern vernacular. He has gone to La La Land. Yo! What's up? Being a hero is so cool. I can't wait until tomorrow, dude.
You got something to say?
What do you want? Full moon is tomorrow, isn't it? Shouldn't we be preparing for that instead of wandering around? Well, if you want to go to Tartarus tonight, I'll join you. Yeah, we do need to go to Tartarus. Well, tomorrow probably won't be an easy fight. That's fine. I prefer when they make me sweat a bit. It goes upstairs or something. Human presence can be found in the Tartarus, albeit a weakening. I believe it best for you to hurry if you wish to save them. Sincerely yours forevermore, Elizabeth. Yeah, I know. Must be upstairs. Yes. Fuka. What's everyone's status? Everyone can go tonight. Perfect. Let's go to Tartarus.
So you're the one that decides the battle formation. I want to get back into the swing of things as quickly as possible. You get what I'm saying, right?
Noted.
All right. This place is just as creepy as I remember. Well, I'm here if you need me.
Great. Don't worry, you'll be on the team tonight. We're gonna replace Junpei. Don't treat me any differently. It's annoying. I fight how I want to fight. That's it. We're going in, right? And no vacancies. Who do I sub in for? Junpei. Well, let's get it done. What level are you? 39. That's fine. Theurgy. Bleeding Fury deals severe strike damage to one foe, ignoring resistances. Okie doke. Once HP hits less than half, his determination ignites. Caster, Fatal End, Blade of Fury, Heat Wave, Bloody Charge, Endure. Counter-Strike. Perfect. Alright, let's hit it. Where's the person? Elizabeth, where's the person?
Marvelous. I'm looking for.
About missing persons.
I can sense.
113 and 117. Cool.
Very well then.
Uh-huh.
114.
All right, let's get started. Reminds me of the days we used to fight back to back. Right, Shinji?
Could you stop dredging up the past? It's distracting.
So true, Ken. So true indeed.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Oh, right.
You're
This
wide
is our
open.
chance to strike first. Go for it.
Here. Oh, yeah.
You're done for. Back in the fight now. So lend me your power.
Go, baby. Oh, goodbye.
The enemy escaped. Looks like the fight's over.
Okie doke. See you later then.
We did it!
Shadow up ahead.
Yeah, let's make the first move.
Fire. Sharp. God, if only I had Koromaru.
That's it. Enemy down.
Black
You sure know how to impress.
Black
You sure know how to impress. Here we go.
I'm always happy to team up with everyone.
Everyone?
Looks like we can head up.
Are we sure about everyone, Ken?
Ooh, a treasure chest.
3 enemies detected. We've got the upper hand.
I'll go with.
Diva. Oh.
You ready for this?
Woo! There we go, Shinji. Got me for now.
Who's taking out the trash?
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
That certainly went well.
Hey, got a chest here.
There's a shadow.
Where even is this person?
There's our way up.
There's. Well, we can't go up yet. We got a lost person. The whole reason we're here is this lost person who will die tomorrow.
3 targets. They won't know it hit them.
Shinji.
Come on! No surprise there.
All enemies defeated. Good work out there.
Let's go.
Looks like someone's trapped it.
Must be one of the people who went missing. Need to provide treatment immediately. Please return to the entrance as soon as you can. You got it, Chief. We can have them stay here for now. We'll see them off properly when the time comes. Heard another search, but I'm not picking up anyone else's presence inside. Seems you've rescued everybody who accidentally ended up in Tartarus. Okay, let's head out. Don't need to stay here anymore. And we can head on to mission day. Yippee! Second semester just started and there's already another full moon. I wonder what kind of shadow will appear this time. You can count on me. I will. We all rely on you, actually. But only provide support. I can only provide support behind the scenes. But I'll do my best so you can all fight with confidence. Okay. Return to the dorm room.
Man, Chidori wasn't at the station today. Maybe I should check again. Nah, on second thought, I better stay put. The operation's tonight. The operation, huh? When it comes down to it, we're fighting to protect her, too. Wow. Thinking about it like that kind of fires me up. Maybe we really are, like, heroes of justice.
Maybe.
All right.
Don't move.
Huh? Wait. That voice.
Oh. Well. Rip Junpei. Gone but not forgotten.
Tonight marks the 6th full moon. Have you found the shadow?
Yes, it's near Polonia Mall. I think, for some reason, I can't quite pinpoint its location. I'm trying to narrow it down, though.
Is that part of its power?
Sorry, I'm not really sure about that either.
We have enough to go on.
Amada, did you find him?
No, I can't find Junpei-san anywhere. His backpack isn't here, so I don't think he's been home yet.
What is he doing? He knows tonight's a full moon.
I'm not picking up a signal anywhere near the dorm either. Should I take more time to look for him, just in case?
No, it's okay. You're young. Sometimes you just get in one of those
Nobody
moods.
is worried about the fact that he has not come home yet. It is midnight, and he has just not come home yet. We're all just like, oh, that's probably fine.
For now, though, we need to focus our attention on the shadow.
We can't afford to waste any more time. We need to get moving.
Let's go.
Hold up. Did Junpei say anything about this?
Not that I remember.
All right, then.
Any luck?
I only sense a faint presence. It seems so close, but I can't reach it.
All right, we can split up and search for it. There's no time to lose, so let's hurry.
Wait, please, I can do it. This is what I'm here for. Feel the movement of the earth through your fingertips.
You got this, Fuka.
Hear the
Believe in you.
answer of the wind flow through your hair. Taste the knowledge of the water on your lips. Tell me, Lucia, What shrouds me from the truth?
Hey, is she okay?
Don't break her concentration.
This is some kind of web beneath us?
A web? Perhaps it's related to the old power cables underground. Back when the island was still being developed, this is where the main power station was located.
Underground cables?
Yes, a large number of power cables remain underground in a sprawling network, much like a web.
That would probably be it then.
So that's what's interfering with her ability?
Thank you, Aegis. I figured it out now. It's not that the cables are interfering. The cables themselves have been possessed by the shadow.
They what? So, everything under our feet is part of the shadow.
Yes.
No wonder you couldn't pinpoint it. It's covering this entire area.
How are we supposed to beat something like that?
Hiding underground, huh?
Ow!
Damn, he got fucking tossed.
I can't believe how easy it was to sneak up on you. Is the rest of your team this oblivious?
Damn it! I can't fight back like this! This isn't funny. Chidori.
I want you to do something for me. I have orders for you to pass along to your team. You can at least communicate with them, can't you?
My team? Orders?
Do as I say, and you won't be harmed. All you have to do is call off your operation. Easy, right? And not just the one tonight. All of them.
I don't think he can do that.
Cancel the operation? No way. You're not one of them, are you?
Quit wasting time.
So the shadow controls a whole underground network? This is a problem. We have no means of attack.
Your notes from previous battles mentioned a shadow that was able to take control of the monorail. I'm guessing this shadow must have its own body, just like that one. Let me see if I can pinpoint it. Fuka.
Even if we know where it is, we still have to get to it.
If it's abandoned, there may still be a way to enter the facility where the cables converge.
We'll see.
I found it.
Yippee!
It's here, in the mall.
In here?
It's inside a small chamber underground. It's rectangular, so I assume it's man-made.
Is it some sort of basement?
Wait a minute. I overheard the manager of Escapade a while back. He was saying the power supply's been acting up lately. There was a big outage because of it that forced him to cancel some important event.
An outage?
Yeah. Mentioned they remodeled the basement into a control room a while ago. Maybe we should take a look.
That's gotta be it.
Good job,
Let's go,
Yamagishi.
Shinji.
All right, as soon as we're ready, we'll make our move.
Alright, let's go. So this thing is very powerful electric attack, so I feel like bringing Yukari and Aegis is a problematic approach. I think we bring... Ken, Shinji, Koro. Maybe Mitsuru over Koromaru. Let's do that. Yes. Sorry, Koromaru. The defense drops from Mitsuru are just very valuable.
Yes.
Please be careful out there. Hey, bud.
That's the shadow's core. The cables are feeding into its body, so it might use electricity to attack. Please, be careful.
So this is one of those huge shadows. Well, not like it changes what we usually do.
I'll help too.
The small shadows are known as the hermits. Watch out for attacks that use electricity.
My persona's ready.
You ready for this?
What's the plan here?
Alright, we're here to hit big hits, big buttons. Go Burr.
I'll go with. Come!
Keep it together. Nemesis!
Show 'em. Eat this!
No crit.
This will do the trick.
Shall I move to strike?
Here! How about this?
Good damage. Nice.
The enemy shadow is charging a lot of electricity inside its body. It might be up to something. I'll analyze it on my end as well.
Cool. Lose our stat increases.
You're done for.
What's the plan here?
I've got it! The enemy gets stronger by absorbing electrical power. To stop the enemy from powering up, you'll need to attack while it's charging.
Okay.
What to do?
I'll end this.
Rear strike damage to one foe.
You ready for this?
This is a risky and probably stupid play, but we're doing it anyways. I'm at 9 HP, but I have a Makara Karna up, so long as it doesn't hit me twice.
I'll go with.
And now, Persona!
Much obliged.
Us.
Take him out, Shinji.
I'm ready. This is it. See you in hell.
Woo, baby. There we go.
If we attack it now, we can stop it from powering up.
This will do the trick. Persona!
Heterocarn, that's
What to do?
I guess that's probably gonna be
This one.
That's my own hit. There we go.
Keep it together. Now!
Thank you.
Yes, I owe you.
Ten's got his theurgy. Thank you for dehydrate.
The enemy is stronger than before. Everyone, be careful.
Chaos guards. Perfect. Hit him with the king and I. Good damage. Divine retribution.
Now's my chance.
Let's go, Ken.
Catching this.
Good damage. Good damage.
I can do this.
Eat this.
Shall I move to strike?
I'll show you.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hey, don't crit. That's not good. Thank God we have Sit and Taisei on.
Leader?
I'll go with
My persona's ready. Persona.
Sorry about this. This is who I am.
Come on!
Theurgy. I think I can use it now.
Yeah, pop that.
Radiant light of life. Shine upon us all.
Let's go. Take that. One last
Big
touch.
damage. Through. Oh. That's not good. I don't think it was ready yet.
Amada-kun's been shocked.
Put it down.
He can't move.
Fine.
Thank you.
Yes, I owe you.
Everybody shocked. Okay. All healthy.
Thank goodness.
For this.
Keep it together. Just watch.
Okay.
What's the plan here?
How about this?
The defense drop going.
The enemy shadow is charging up now.
More big damage. Keep it coming. Oh boy.
This is different from how it's been charging up till now. It's powered up significantly.
Will this work? Now!
I'll show him.
You're up, Master!
about to discharge. Okay, that's fine actually.
I'll go with
perfect time. Okay, we've already charged up. Did it. Big crit. Okay. Massive.
And now?
Karn, we've got it on you. We've got it on you.
Just
put it on Mitsuru. And I'm immune to electric. This should just block everything.
This is who I am.
Come on! Big damage.
I'll hit them where it hurts. Head this away!
Never mind, we didn't even need the Karn. That was enough to take it out. Hell yeah. Akuga. Sick.
I can't sense it anymore. Nice work, everyone. Oh, by the way, I think I sensed Junpei-kun earlier. He's back at the dorm, but something felt off. The chairman's there too, so he should be okay, but we should hurry back, just in case.
Probably be a good idea.
It looks like they've completed their operation.
What? You can tell?
I see it. Through Medea's eyes.
Medea?
My friend.
Chidori?
That's not important. Why didn't you call off the operation? Is your mission worth your life? Dying is what people fear the most. Is it not?
Well, I've never actually given anyone orders before. They wouldn't listen to me. Even if I tried. You see, I'm not really the one in charge.
So, you were lying earlier? Why?
Maybe a little bit.
I don't understand.
Hey, can you tell me one thing? Was it all just an act? The way we met at the station, that cut on your hand, the drawings. Were you just setting me up? Now that I think about it, a real cut wouldn't have disappeared that fast. I see how it is.
That was...
Junpei!
They're back already?
An evoker? She's a persona user?
Medea, come.
Chidori, no!
Let's go, Junpei!
Senpai! Her evoker!
No! Give it back!
Sorry, but we can't let you use this.
What's all the fuss of... When did she...
Aegis, restrain her.
Understood.
Medea!
I didn't even sense her until now. This is the only thing I can do, and yet...
Even we couldn't sense her. She must have the ability to conceal her presence. I certainly didn't have the slightest clue she was here.
Yeah, she was also able to conceal them earlier. That's why we couldn't see the rest of them.
I have a number of questions for you. Are you a member of that group called Strega?
I'm not afraid of dying.
Chidori?
Medea, I'm...
It looks like she's too emotionally unstable for an interrogation. Let's check in on her later, after she's had some time to calm down.
I'll go ahead and arrange a hospital room for her. She'll have to be placed under watch, but I'm sure she understands.
Chidori.
We succeeded in defeating the Shadow this month, too. There should be fewer victims for a while. A new adversary has emerged. What will happen now? I'm exhausted. I should get some rest.
I'll ask you one more time.
Oh, she's actually got a model that doesn't have her headpiece on.
Is Chidori your real name?
Oh, and a sprite. Oh my gosh. Damn. I love her. She's so slay.
What kind of organization is Strega? Are there others besides you three?
Hey! Wait, Junpei! You're not supposed to be here, remember?
Chidori!
Junpei! Sorry. He wouldn't stop asking about where she was.
How are you feeling? Looks like you calmed down now.
She certainly has. In fact, she won't say a word. Maybe we should confiscate her sketchbook, too.
Come on, you don't have to go that far. Taking that away isn't gonna make her talk.
I'm not so sure. She was quite upset when we took her evoker. Speaking of which, where did you get your hands on that?
Lucia.
Give it back to me! I want her back!
Hey, didn't I tell you not to bring that up?
What else am I supposed to do? I'll have someone else try next time.
Have Junpei try. He can actually speak to her. Let's call a spade here. Let the one person who has the ability to get through to her talk to her.
Why? Why did you take her from me? Tia.
Takeba, call a nurse. We're done for today. I'll let Ikutsuki-san know we're having difficulties.
Oh, okay. Come on, Junpei. Let's go.
Chidori, what happened to you?
There's no school today. It's almost time for the home shopping show. Great! Let's watch the home shopping show.
It's amazing! I'm going to do it.
The luxury brand set. If you've always dreamed of showing off your very own luxury goods, now is the chance.
Good.
First up, we have the brand purse. With this, you'll fit right in with the celebrities. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait,
Not
there's more.
bad,
We'll throw in this
kid.
brand wallet, too. Guess how many? 1. All this for just 9,800 yen. This is a special limited product available today only. You heard right, today only. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's go with Akinari for the day, and then I think we'll leave it there for the time being. Hospital notified us earlier today that her condition has stabilized. For now, Akihiko and I will handle questions. You should just go about your usual routine. Okay. I need to go get Persona. I have a social link at 1?
Hello there.
Trigger member Chidori has been sent to a Kirijo-run hospital. And Tsuru-san and Tsunade-san are currently on their way to interrogation. When neither senpai is present, we are not permitted to go to targets.
No.
Remember how Lucia couldn't distract Drago the first time we encountered them? I think that was one of Medea's skills, preventing me from sensing them. We only saw 2 of them, but that girl must have been somewhere close. I can't believe he got played like that. Where does game go? Go easy on him.
What?
I ain't actually pissed or anything. I'm just saying he shouldn't put up with that.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is only on one anytime soon.
Knowing that I have it. Oh, it's Maya. Maya's the social link. Like we did. Right. Like, am I crazy? Yes. Go.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This is your progress so far. Please, is this acceptable? May it be your inner strength. Very well. We look...
Alright. Now we go to the shrine.
Right.
I'd like to talk with you once again. But only if you're so inclined.
Thank you.
Thanks. I suppose I had actually been waiting for you.
I'm doing better today.
That's
I
good.
know it probably looked dire last time, right? Sorry if I scared you. I'd been reading a book before we met that day. I guess I got so absorbed in it that I didn't realize how cold the wind was. Do you enjoy reading books?
I'd say so.
I see. That's something we have in common then. Nowadays, reading books is all I do. I find that they give me a way to escape everything else. I can just get lost in the book's private world. Do you read books all the way through?
Of course I do.
Oh, you do? I don't like to see them end. The more engaging a story is, the more I want to get lost in it. But I'm always afraid to finish it, because once I finish the story, I'll have to come back to reality. This inescapable body of mine. Heartwarming stories filled with hope. Those are the kinds of books I like to read.
I can't imagine why.
They give me a little solace when I have to come back to the real world.
Miki smiled weakly. I feel like our relationship is stronger now. Is that 4 with him already? Yeah. We're like absolutely just committed to his link.
It looks like the sun is already setting. Time is so ruthless. I hope we have another chance to talk.
I hope so too. Parted ways with Kamiki and then headed back to the door.
Oh, you're back.
Hey. The wait is over.
Hello.
I wasn't too surprised to learn that she's Straga's supportman. Capturing her will provide us quite an advantage. We're growing ever closer to completing our mission.
Hey, so...
Jinbei seems to be really serious about that girl. As his teammates, I feel like maybe we should do something? But what? Encourage him.
Yeah.
Encourage him, huh? Honestly, I don't even know how I'd do that. Jinbei's just not here today. Oh no, he's up here. Okay, but I need some time to myself. That's okay, buddy. Take your time. Because we are also going to take some time for ourselves. And we are going to call it a night here. That was a longer stream than I anticipated going, but I wanted to get through the end of that arc. So, we are going to take off. We are going to look for somebody for us to raid. So let me see who we have that is live. We're a little late, so we might not have very many people, but...
Chill vibes, the nighttime of love is on and on. Any time surprise, yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, 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 around. She said, hey, 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 feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we're inspired, but never expires. But we will chill today. Let me ride
we could go see Seahorse, who is doing music. I think they're doing a DJ set tonight. We can go see Manicadobo, who is also doing Persona 3 Reload. They're much further back than we are. They are in May. We wouldn't have to worry about any overlap there. We can go see Jim Tasty, who is playing Helldivers. We can go see Ketchum Ali, who is playing Pokemon. We just went to Umi last stream. Any preferences? Anybody care? I think we haven't been to Seahorse in a while, so that's kind of where I would lean. No. No to preferences or no to Seahorse? Which one? I'm assuming preferences. You don't care. Cool. Great. I was like, I know you probably wouldn't say no to Seahorse. Seahorse is chill. But it was just like, is something going on over there that I'm not aware of? Like they're ending or they're, you know, not accepting raids or something? I don't know. No, they look like they're still going. Cool. Oh, we don't. Well, I will be back on what day? I don't know. Tomorrow. Right. That's what I said. I was like, I know I said one of the weekend days, but I didn't remember which one. Tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing Poppy Playtime tomorrow. So be excited for that. Hopefully it isn't as Garten of Banban as the other horror games we've played. Then we'll be back to this on probably Monday, I would say. So keep your eyes peeled for that. If anything changes, I'll send out updates, etc., etc. Other than that, hope everybody has a good night. Send Seahorse a lot of love. Their DJ sets are always great. Definitely recommend. And I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.